Whether you're rooting at home or you're headed to Memorial Stadium, get a free online quote at EustaceBodyShop.com and let's get you back in the game.
The most recommended Eustace Body Shop. That's who we are.
Okay, it's time to sell the house. How do we even begin to choose from the hundreds of realtors in town?
Easy. We make a pros list.
You mean a pros and cons list?
No, just a pros list. We need someone with pro photography to showcase the house in the best possible way, pro marketing to make sure we get maximum exposure, pro negotiations so we know we get the best price.
This is one of those times where you already know the right answer, isn't it?
You know it is. Ben Bleicher and Professional Realty Group.
Contact Ben Bleicher and the team at Professional Realty Group of Berkshire Hathaway's Home Services Ambassador. Online at prg-ne.com.
Old School with DP and J.
You know, earning a black shirt is a great honor. I mean, obviously you got coaches that haven't been here before, but at the end of the day, they understand somewhat of what it means. And the majority of the guys, or the guys that got them, they must be doing something right. For me personally, you know, that was just something I never forgot, man. It was just when I was on campus, because I never envisioned myself doing anything until my senior year.
93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Mario fue pintor más de 30 años. Cuando me dijo que se le estaban olvidando las cosas, fue difícil. Un día me dijeron que pintara el marco del lado por dentro y pinté el lado de afuera.
Yo le diría a la gente que le diga a su familia lo que está pasando con él.
Si algo se nota diferente, podría ser Alzheimer. Es momento de hablarlo. Visita alz.org/nuestras historias para saber más. Un mensaje de The Alzheimer's Association y The Ad Council.
This is how we do every day. We be grinding, and if you wanna come and text us,
if you love them enough to turn off your music and pretend like their music is your music.
This is Mommy's jam.
Then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're in the right car seat.
Let's play it again.
Check today at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. Also online at theticketfm.com.
On the internet.
KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket.
It's time for the Jay Foreman Postgame Show.
Here's Coy Detmer dropping straight back in the pocket. Rifles a pass. It was tipped. It's picked off by Foreman. He's at the 15, 10, 5. He'll score!
A look to the left, and he kind of telegraphed it all the way. When the ball was tipped, Foreman's in the right spot.
Sponsored by Tanner's Bar and Grill, Vinnie Creecap, Elway Power Sports of Lincoln, and Action Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Electrical.
Here's Valenti dropping back, fires a pass, and it's intercepted by the Huskers at the 25, Jay Foreman. And Foreman takes it down to the 19-yard line of Oklahoma. Another big play by the Black Shirt.
On 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Welcome. Jay Foreman After Game Show. The After Game Show that is, the game is over. We have weather delay. Everybody's leaving the stadium as they were so kindly advised to. Weather delay for 30 minutes at least. Lightning in the area. Needless to say, there wasn't any lightning going on in the stadium from the offense or defense from the Huskers against Louisiana Tech. What's the Louisiana Tech's mascot?
The Bulldogs.
The Bulldogs were ready for the taking. Nebraska decided to take a little bite, didn't take a big bite. You know, the thing is with this game here is that it was a game that for people, if you thought like this is a stat game or where you're going to empty the benches game, I didn't think it was going to be that, even though Louisiana Tech is not a very good team. I felt like this is a game that you could see some pieces come to light that didn't last week or for 4 quarters. You know, look, it's 28-7 right now going into weather delay. For the most part, you can say the defense has done their job stat-wise and obviously what you see. So it's tangible. Offensive line, we are paging you right now. You look like hot garbage.
Yep.
Straight up. And it's not even about talent. Because, I mean, look, no disrespect for any offensive lineman that ever played at Nebraska. No disrespect to any offensive line that's playing in high school, little league, or anything. You do not have to be a good athlete to play offensive line. All right, the guys that are get gold jackets and all that in college football Hall of Fame, like Zach Wiegerts and Brendan Stiles and Aaron Taylor, they're okay. They're offensive linemen. They're great athletes. Zach Wiegert was a phenomenal basketball player, even though I dunked on him, 2 or 3 times in intramurals. At the end of the day, it comes down to want to. How are you letting Louisiana Tech at 2:30 p.m. punch you dead in your mouth repeatedly and get knocked back? That has nothing to do with coaching. You know what I'm saying, Nick? It has nothing to do with coaching. There has to be more want to. And I wonder if you are playing your best game in practice and then you have nothing left in the game. Because I'm just wondering how you're not playing with good leverage, good intensity, and with the mindset of we are going to establish the line of scrimmage. You have your top 2 running backs out for the whole season. Yep. Not even a week. They're gone. Not even going to play for the rest of the season under no circumstances. You have your starting quarterback, or at least to start the first 2 games. He has an ankle injury. You have a backup quarterback who hasn't played essentially since the state championship game at Kearney Catholic or wherever he's from. Kearney Catholic, right? C1?
C2.
C2. Okay.
Potentially D1.
Yeah, essentially you in the 4th league. Yeah. And he got beat 38-0. And you trying to tell me after Louisiana Tech got the brakes beat off him last week that you can't sit up there and line up and push these dudes off the line of scrimmage? Mm-hmm. I don't care if you run 4 plays and they're 21 dive, 23 dive up and down the field. The best thing you can do is quarterback run.
Well, and that was what was I think so disappointing is once again with both of your running back, your top 2 or 2 of your top 3, however you want to line them up out, and Gabe Irvin and Ramir Johnson for the year. You don't have another Louisiana Tech on your schedule.
Nope. You don't got Northwestern. Northwestern ain't gonna be no punk.
No, you don't have another Northern Illinois or another Louisiana Tech that you can say, all right, we got to ease these guys into it a little bit. You don't have that. Next week, there's a college football playoff contender coming to your house.
No, that's the number 1 team in the nation. Period. And they got Mr. Khaki back.
Mm-hmm.
And so you got to think they're going to be better next week than they were this week. Mr. Khaki is coming back. And the whole team, the whole coaching staff is going to have them ugly khaki, brown khakis on. And they're going to be inspired to come down here in a primetime game to make a statement. The problem I have is with the 5 individuals that went out there or 7 that have played, I did not see the type of intensity for 4 quarters or 3.5 quarters that is needed for you to be judged at that you're getting better. Now, you know where you're going, but are you going with the right intentions? How are you not moving these guys off the line of scrimmage?
And this is now the 2nd week in a row. I mean, just at home against 2 pretty bad defenses.
Right.
We might add.
No.
They had a good D line.
Yeah,
they did. But even at Nebraska, you want to talk about pride and expectation and standard. You want to talk so much about that off the field. Well, then you follow it up with times it just doesn't feel like they have urgency.
Hey, listen. You know what gets you urgent? You know what will get you urgent, Nick?
Is it getting replaced?
No, not getting replaced. Here's what you'll be over here with Coach Foreman, and if you keep acting up, you will have a coach's polo on, and you will be coach. Whatever number you are. That will create some urgency.
Yeah.
I know Coach Raiola coaches them hard. He has a standard. Now you got to take what he's asking you to do, and do it with some viciousness, with some intent. That sets the whole tone. You shouldn't have to rely on. Now, Anthony Grant had a good day rushing the ball. I think he had over 100. Well, he has over 130 yards.
Yeah.
And then Heinrich Karberg has over 140, or he's probably going to rush for 250. That's your quarterback, man. Them days are over. Because if you think you're beating anybody else on your schedule by not being able to legitimately set the tone up front and run the ball conventionally, or get on guys and block guys, and you're waiting on explosive runs, that's not going to happen. And let alone receivers. How are you getting hit in the hands and you dropping balls? Period. Get on the jugs machine.
Yeah, so just to give you an update, once again, Nebraska in a weather delay right now, 28-7. The Huskers lead Louisiana Tech with 8:39 to go in the ball game here. some of the statistics, as Jay was mentioning. Heinrich Karberg rushing the ball today, 19 attempts for 157 yards and a touchdown. Anthony Grant, 18 carries, 131 yards and a touchdown.
Right. So the rushing attack is good, but you're not going to be able to run for 350 yards against Michigan.
And Jay, this is something I noticed. Billy Kemp scored a touchdown, right? Rushing touchdown.
Yeah.
And something that I'm just noticing through these first 4 weeks is that it always has to feel like it's cute. Like that's what I feel like this staff feels like. You have motions that cause miscommunication and issues with the quarterback and the snaps earlier in the season. You still have motions all over the field. And I understand that might be a part of football, but it just feels like there's those at times. It's always a wide receiver end around. It's always bringing guys in the backfield and trying. Against the Louisiana Tech, there was a drive early in the third quarter where it was the Anthony Grant drive, basically, where they lined up in the I formation 5, 6, 7 straight plays. And it ended with a simple Anthony Grant rushing touchdown right up the middle. And that was the drive so far through 3.5 quarters here that it feels like there's been the most urgency and the most physicality.
Yeah, that's coming out of halftime because you're embarrassed. You're going in going in at 7-7. You know what I'm saying? It's 7-7 at halftime. And I'm not going to even talk about the kicker. Okay. I'm not going to even approach it. You want to know why, Nick?
Why's that?
You want to know why I'm not going to approach the kicker? And I'm in between you, Austin, DP. Austin can't hear me in there.
Yeah.
Oh, he can hear me. You, Austin, DP, Vershawn, and all you guys. You anointed him the next coming to Chris Brown and Alex Henry. I told you, and I said it again. This is not high school. Not high school. Okay. You ain't even hit the goalpost. You know what it looked like? It looked like that we needed you to make a 12-foot putt to win a stag, and you ain't even get close to the hole on a putt.
Yeah.
Okay, that's going into halftime. Your job is to be a kicker. You hit a 60-some yard kick, right, in high school. Right? Made yourself a legend. Make a 30-yard kick. Period. Right? Or am I off? Tell me if I'm wrong.
You're right.
I'm in the circle of trust here. You know, one thing about here, we're down here. There's a guy right here with his dog. His dog is urinating over there. He's marking the territory. I mean, I hear you, dog. I hear you. He has no problems with it. You know, look, as much as this game didn't go good, that just made my day. He's just walking it, just full people walking past, right? Trying to find some shade or find some areas not to get wet. And the dog decides to take a leak. You know what I'm saying? We need, I'm going to tell you what else we need. The defense is playing good. We need more pass rush. If they had a quarterback worth a plum nickel, they would be throwing for 500 yards right now. Period. Right? Defensive backs are covering, linebackers are covering, but that quarterback is way too comfortable back there. Heinrich Karberg averaging 8.3 yards a carry. And you know what? I'm going to give Satterfield credit. They ain't stopped this running attack, so he's running it. But listen here. When you look at Billy Kim, got 5 catches for 62 yards. He's done a decent job, right? After that, Thomas Fedoni, 1 catch for pretty much 30 yards and a touchdown. Alex Bullock, 1 for 14. After that, nothing. Are you trying to tell me these dudes got Deion Sanders and Troy Polamalu over there on defense? Because they ain't rushing the passer. No separation. Marcus Washington, you over. You supposed to be the number 1 receiver. Fleeks, where are you? It's just a call-out session right now.
Yeah.
Because we're in week 4 right now. 4 games into the season. This game is over. This game was never in question from even before we kicked off. And we need the guys that are brought here to make plays, to start making plays. And I'm talking about making plays consistently. And yeah, you know what, Nick, to be honest with you, sometimes you need to do the orbit motion. That's the one where the receiver comes and he goes kind of, at the depth of the running back. You need all that because you want to see how they adjust. And sometimes you have to do some jet sweeps. Sometimes you have to do jet sweeps and then pass off it. I get all that, right? You're trying to create angles and leverage. You want to know why they're trying to do that and they got to be cute? Because we can't line up and smash somebody in the face on a consistent
and that's
basis.
a very good point. As you started out.
We have to do that. So you got to give Marcus Satterfield credit and you got to give Tony White credit. But here's what I want to talk about. I'm talking about the players. I am talking to you. You've played football probably most of you since 4th grade. Okay, right? I'm assuming 4th, 5th grade. Are you trying to tell me you can't line up mano a mano and move that man off the ball? Period. Forget, you see, everybody wants to blame the coaching. Look, at some point in time, you have to be able to want to do it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have some pride about yourself. Line up, push him off the ball, drive him into the ground. And you know what? God forbid, you got to do it 60, 70 plays. It has to be a we. We are tired of looking like this. We are tired of playing down to our competition. Mm-hmm. We are tired of not being respected. We are tired of not getting the things that we need and that we feel like we deserve to do. Yes, you're working hard, but are you working efficient? Mm-hmm. Are you working hard just to say you're working hard? Or are you working hard and getting better? Are you coming to practice to get through practice? Or are you coming to practice to get better? What's your standard? Forget what Coach Rule says, because he only can tell you, he only can say so many things. It's just like this, Nick. You were a catcher, right? I could be your coach, right? Or your manager or whatever. I don't know if you guys call them like that in high school.
Yeah, coaches.
Right? Okay, so I'm your coach. And I can say, I need you to do this and all that. If you're not going to D-bat and getting you an extra, let's just say 200 swings in, what's the purpose of me breathing confidence in you? You're just, all you're doing is taking. You know what I mean? You're just taking the advice. Yeah. You're taking the everything I believe in you. But you're not giving me enough.
Well, the coach is doing their part.
Right.
But the player isn't absorbing it and then doing something about applying it.
Right. Because you're just taking. You're taking it. You're taking the, oh, Nick, you're working hard. Oh, you know what? You really have gotten better. But what are you giving me back?
Nothing.
Are you giving me more time of your time away from whatever it may be? Are you sacrificing your time? Are you doing whatever your weaknesses are? If you need to get you more foot quickness, are you maybe skipping rope? Are you working on footwork drills on your own? Because during the season, I don't have time to train you. Right? You get what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
During the season, this is to win the game. What you need to do, work on your weaknesses, is on your own.
Well, and that's my thing is, like, you don't have another week like this. Like, we came into this week going, Nebraska's got an opportunity here to really build on some specific points of emphasis, right? The urgency on the offensive line, the domination from the offensive line, establishing a traditional running game, Anthony Grant, right? Finding hopefully what you have some clarity in maybe the quarterback discussion. But coming out of this week, you don't really feel a whole lot better about any part of this Nebraska team.
Because I want
the special teams, no. Offensive line, no. Traditional running game, maybe.
And a traditional running game, okay, I can give you that because Anthony Grant got busy. And let's just call it quarterback run is somewhat of traditional running.
Yes.
In this day and time.
I suppose so. Then
you pass with flying colors.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, special team. Okay, I'm going to say this, and this is not me being a hater. That holding call was suspect at best.
Yep.
At best. House call on the special teams.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Pass rush. Hey, high booty spat, get off the ball and create havoc. We aren't there. We are not a team that can look past anybody. Every team that we face has to be treated as the best opponent because we're going to get their best shot.
Mm-hmm.
And then look, here, and I'll tell you this, Nick, they got a true freshman playing quarterback. We should punish.
That wasn't their starter.
We should punish this dude.
That's my thing is, like, Nebraska's defense. Yeah, they held him to 7 points today. They didn't sack him once. They didn't get to the quarterback a whole lot.
And some of it is a little bit of, where Louisiana Tech played scared. It's quick passing game. The first quarter looked like they weren't even trying to score.
No.
I don't know what the game plan was. Whatever it was not very aggressive. So that does hurt. And it's not all about sacks. It's about getting pressure on the quarterback, moving him off his spot. The defensive backs are able to make plays. We tackled well in the open field. We missed a couple tackles on their touchdown. Mm-hmm. But overall, we tackling pretty well. I'm just saying, as a team from the player standpoint, and I'm talking directly to the guys in the locker room, it has to be a choice collectively that we have got to, because it's not yes, could the talent be better? Sure. Right. But how much better can the talent be or be viewed as better if they're doing all the things that they're being coached to do? You can't tell me that offensive line is playing with the best leverage that they can, because I see all their numbers when they're getting into contact. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
And so you can't tell me that through our weight program with Coach is it Campbell or Coleman?
Coach Campbell.
And what they've done, because you see examples of Nash Hutmacher, you see Mekhi Gaber, you see Nick Heinrich, and all different. Nick Heinrich looks bigger, and he kept his speed.
He does.
You know, he looks like a middle linebacker. You look at Luke Reimer, he's gotten bigger. He kept his speed. You look at Nash Hutmacher, he's leaner. You look at Mekhi, he's leaner. You look at Jamari Butler, he's lean. So it works, right? So you can't say it's not. You can't say that. So now we have to look at, okay, well, what are you doing with everything that you're getting? Are you really applying it to me? Because you can't tell me it's a strength thing.
That's what's interesting, because you would look at those linebackers as a group that's taken and absorbed and applied
to the utmost,
and over the course of all the years.
Right.
This isn't just, and as Husker fans know, like, this isn't just a this year through the first 4 weeks issue. This has been a problem that goes before Donovan Raiola. It goes before Greg Austin, even at times.
Right.
It's transcended through multiple coaching staffs. It's just going to take one group of offensive linemen in this situation that we're talking about to finally apply it
and have pride about themselves.
And so it's a pride thing. It's a pride discussion.
I mean, if you talk about like the pipeline coming and talking to you, just flip on the tape and ask yourself, are you playing with the same intensity that they played with? Are you upholding the standard that they view you on as they're watching the tape? I could look at the linebackers like, man, these dudes are actually playing good. Look at John Bullock, right? Was a special teams guy at the best, last couple of years. He got in the weight room. Now he actually looks and plays like a linebacker.
Yeah.
Good on him. Nick Heinrich needed to get bigger and has done it and kept his quickness. And that's all after coming off an ACL injury. Luke Reimer needed to get a little bit bigger. Mekhi Gaber had to get leaner so he could get quicker. Jamari Butler, all those guys have done it. Why are you guys holding it up, man? That's what I'm going to ask. Why you guys aren't playing with a little bit of sense of urgency and some nastiness? Stop blaming the coaches. Stop blaming Marcus Satterfield. Because it doesn't matter what play. Here's what it doesn't matter what Marcus Satterfield calls against Louisiana Tech. We should be able to execute to where we're having winning plays more times than not.
I guess I would ask you this. What if they don't have an answer? I mean, because this isn't something, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jay, that you can fix overnight.
No, but you had all offseason to fix it.
And that's my point, though. Is that,
were you faking?
How do you, I don't want to use the word salvage, because Nebraska is trending towards being a 500 team at 2-2 after today, once the final 8 minutes and 30 some seconds play out. They're trending towards a 2-2 team.
Right.
This was a team that was 0-2, yes. And now here they are about ready to be 2-2.
So we're not trying to rain on your parade.
No.
But what we're trying to do is protect you from a letdown as you see next week and the week after. And then you show up against Northwestern expecting to win, against Purdue expecting to win. Well, those habits that you don't put into effect right now will affect you down the road.
And so that's what I'm getting at, is now is the time, because somebody on the text line says, and I'm not sure where that hater Nick coming out again, wins count. And that's not what we're saying. We're not saying that these 2 wins didn't count, or that we should just say, oh man, this team is playing like an 0-4 program. But no, let's think about what's coming up ahead. The games that truly matter. When you talk about trying to hopefully build your program on a solid foundation, in 3 or 4 years, are we going to say, yeah, that win against Northern Illinois and Louisiana Tech really helped when we lost and looked like fools against Michigan, or looked like an idiot against Purdue? I mean, at some point, you have to start building this foundation. And through these 2 games specifically against Northern Illinois and Louisiana Tech, it's been somewhat disappointing.
Right. Well, and it's more just the urgency and the want to. Like I could argue that there was more urgency at times against Minnesota. It shouldn't change.
Yeah.
Urgency, want to, physicality, all that stuff. Culture is not conditional.
Doesn't matter about the opponent.
Here you are 4 games into the season, a third through the season, and some guys are just still out there playing like you're just in the middle of summer, like you got an extra couple of days. I think we got a call in from Bruce from Oregon. Bruce probably calling in, hyped in a mug.
Yep.
2 or 3 gummies deep with a little bit of hydrolytics. Talk about what they did to Colorado Bucks. Let's see what Bruce is talking about.
Here we go, Bruce. What's on your mind, man?
Hey, what's up, Nick? What's up, Jay? I just wanted to say real quick that, I respect Nick a whole lot. This young man is like, since I started watching, because I'm from Oregon, I don't get to watch and hear all these radio stations, okay? And I just want to flat out say, Nick isn't a hater. Nick, you say it how it is, and the same goes for Jay. Jay, my question is for you, okay? These guys on the offense look like they're just sitting around, okay? We can blame the coach. We can blame whoever they want to blame. But it's these kids, like you said. What do these kids have to do or something? Somebody's got to light a fire into these guys, because I'll tell you something. I don't care who's playing quarterback, but this was embarrassing first half. Very embarrassing. This team, it can be better, and it seems like they choose to just like, well, okay, 3 and out, who cares? Go on the sideline and drink some Gatorade and laugh. I don't know what needs to be done. I don't know if it's the coaches need to be harder, but you as an ex-professional and college player, please explain to me what needs to be done, because I'm sick of watching this crap.
Appreciate you, guys. Appreciate you, Bruce.
I mean, Bruce, I'll tell you what, man. If I had the answer, listen, I not only would I probably own this radio station.
I was saying you'd be coaching.
I'd be coaching, but if I didn't, and if I had the answer, I would literally own this whole block, Bruce. It would be forget O Street. Forget O Street. It'd be J Foreman Boulevard. It'd be J Foreman Boulevard, and my ugly mug would be everywhere. Okay, so I don't know the answer, because I can tell you this. I know Donnie Raiola is as intense as they can. He's listen. You talk about a man about principle, that's him. You talk about a man about detail, that's him.
Yeah.
You talk about a man that has poured in passion, that's him. So it's not that they're not being pushed or demanding of. It just comes down to, at the end of the day, to be honest with you, you got to get at some point in time. I'll tell you this: when I was a redshirt freshman and I hadn't lifted weights, right, and so then I had to, face the reality. I let myself down. There was a time, Nick, when I was walking back to Able dorms, that I had to have a long talk with myself. Guess who I blame, Nick? I blame the coach. I blame my dad. I blame my high school coach. I blame, my teammates. I blame the situation. I blamed everything, because I wasn't doing what I needed to do to be the best I could. You know what I mean? But then, as I got closer to the dorms and reality set in, I got tired of getting my ass kicked. Yeah. There comes a time and point when I literally was in that small dorm room in Able, and it is not nowhere near what they're doing now. I looked in the mirror, and it was dirty, because you know why it was dirty? Because when I was brushing my teeth, I didn't clean it. You know what I mean? It was.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Little toothpaste splatter.
Toothpaste splatter. And I looked at myself, and it was my Rocky Balboa moment. And they said there is no tomorrow. And I looked at myself and said, Jay, when are you going to get tired of getting your ass kicked? Straight up. And that's what it comes down to. It comes down to want to.
Here's a question off the text line. From Nick and McCook. Is it because there isn't much depth or competition for starting spots on the O-line?
Maybe.
And that was what I was trying to get at. Is this a thing? Is this issue that we're discussing something that's not going to be possible to change until 1, 2, 3 years down the road? Or is this something where you can start finding building blocks next week against Michigan? But what's the dangerous part about that is you don't want to get to the end of the season and say, man, I wish we would have started building blocks against Northern Illinois instead of against Purdue.
It's a hard job, because the hardest thing Matt Rule has to do is coach now to win, because you owe that to the Luke Reimers and all those guys. But then also, that you have some young guys like a Sledge, like a Gatula, that have made waves and they're second on the depth chart, or at least were at some point in time, that are pushing guys. And then you have to make sure that you're managing and putting their careers in the best advantageous position as well. And so you don't want to do it. You don't want to be overzealous and emotional and impulsive. But then also you have to make sure that somehow, some way, that the that the guys that are playing, the clock is ticking. What you're doing is not good enough. And it's not saying that you can't do it. That's the worst. We're not saying that you can't do it. What we're saying is what you're doing is not good enough because we actually believe that you can be better. And we're giving you every single opportunity to do so. And it's not just the offensive line, it's other guys as well. Or how much is your attention to detail? How many questions are you asking? Are you just comfortable with just doing enough to be out there on the field? And sometimes you have to, you might need 4 or 5 guys that really take pride about themselves that are coming in and wanting to set the tone. But what do you want to be remembered as? Do you want to be remembered as part of the offensive line that just were 4 or 5 years, including the COVID year, that literally couldn't move a Louisiana Tech off the ball or Northern Illinois? That really let stymied everybody from doing it. I mean, heck, to be honest with you, I mean, heck, you was whiffing so much. Adrian Martinez went in the transfer portal. Said, man, I'm tired of getting beat up. I need to go down to Kansas State of all places to play some football with a legitimate pass protection. I mean, Michael Irvin said it so. You got to stay in front of somebody for 3 seconds, and you will get paid $30 million. You were getting NIL money on top of that. So yeah, we might be a little harsh, and yeah, we're winning, and yeah, you don't want to come down too hard, but it's just a standard. The expectations and standards need to be higher, and sure, the quarterback needs to play a little bit better. Guys need to get separation. I'm talking about that first half, and mind you, after the first half last week, and then also you actually play with more urgency in the second half. Playing these teams in the Big Ten West where there's tons of opportunity. There's not one team that is head and shoulders guaranteed going to go to the Big Ten championship. The last year, there's not one team without glaring holes. Iowa can't score, right?
Yeah.
Wisconsin, they don't know what they want to do, right?
Because they have 2 really good running backs,
but they want to pass.
But they want to throw the ball,
and their defense has not been playing it up to the Jim Leonard standard, right? So they have holes. Illinois, that was the cute story from last year. Yeah. They showed you when they lost to Michigan State last year. They haven't recovered. They don't have Chase Brown.
I was going to say they've lost a lot of pieces.
And their whole secondary is gone, right? They have a really good defense. Holes. Purdue, with Walters, they were thought to be kind of like the dark horse. They have shown massive holes. They went out to Syracuse came in there and beat them by almost 21-point rule.
Well, and Wisconsin did as well last night.
Right, exactly. So then when you think about it, here is Nebraska, right? With a defense that's playing as good as any defense in the Big Ten, stat-wise, and looks a lot better. And as an offense, all you have to do is stay out your own way and be able to protect the quarterback and put him in advantageous positions to be a consistent and efficient passer, along with being efficient in the run game.
Once again, this is the Jay Foreman Postgame Show here on 93.7 The Ticket, theticketfm.com. Update from Memorial Stadium is that the game's going to be kicking off and getting rolling once again here in just a few minutes. Both teams have been out there warming up for about 10 minutes or so, but we'll go ahead and just keep it right here. We'll dissect. We'll keep you updated on things that we see and on some of the statistics. Just a reminder and a refresher, when it did enter a weather delay, it was right after Nebraska punted it, and Phelan Sanford actually went down, punched the ball out of the ball carrier's hand. It bounced out of bounds, so it stays with the Bulldogs for the time being. So Louisiana Tech will have the football, I believe, at their own 49-yard line with 8:39 remaining in the ball game. Nebraska up 28-7. Jay, it's time for a break though. Really good first segment, real first segment.
Yeah,
because
I mean, we ain't going nowhere.
Yeah,
I mean,
we're hanging out.
Yeah, this is about what they need to do to be the most successful for this year, because I do believe you can win and make it a positive year. And there's certain things that you got to do. You look, man, you worked all off season.
Yeah.
And you trying to tell me you lifted all them weights and ran all them sprints to go out there and let Louisiana Tech punch you dead in your face? And the best thing you can do is have Tim Tebow 2.0 running up and down the field? This is what you're telling me? If that's the case, I can go get a bunch of high school dudes to do that.
Yeah. Well, I got a couple questions. Once again, 402-464-5685, the Honda of Lincoln hotline, the Starter Heyman text line, both open for you guys the rest of the way here, as we'll have plenty of I guess, ending game coverage. They are officially
the game back on?
They are officially back and underway. We can't do any play-by-play.
There you go.
But we can't do any play-by-play out of the game.
We can't?
We cannot. But we'll give you updates.
We're going to be
as we
streaming
go.
it next week, the second half.
Oh, is that right?
We're going to live stream. Rico didn't show up, but we're going to do it anyways. Rico.
Nonetheless, once again, it's the Jay Foreman Postgame Show. Stick around. We got plenty of analysis. If you guys have any questions for Jay, 402-464-5685, the Honda of Lincoln hotline and the Starter Heyman text line. Huge shout out to our sponsors for the postgame show as well. Tanner's Bar and Grill, Vinny Kreekak of State Farm Insurance, Elway Power Sports of Lincoln, and Action Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Electrical. Don't go anywhere. Jay Foreman Postgame Show. As we wait the final 7 minutes or so of this one, we'll come right back here in a few minutes right here on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Ever wish you had another light switch on the other side of the room on a dark night? How much better would you sleep at night if you had a ceiling fan in your room? The High Electric Service Department is here to make your electrical what-ifs a reality. Whether you're looking to replace some outdated light fixtures or brighten up your counters with under-cabinet lighting, High Electric can handle all types of residential electrical installations and services. Give Erica a call at 402-466-6606 or visit high-electric.com to get started.
Action Plumbing, Heating, Air, and Electric is the call I make when I have a need for plumbing services. Whether it's for my home or office, if I need a repair to a water heater, softener, or even my garbage disposal, I know I can count on Action to help. In one simple call, their amazing customer service team promptly schedules a service call, often getting to my needs within a day. Action delivers honest quality services we can count on. To learn more, visit actionlincoln.com.
Great news. I just got the State Farm Personal Price Plan on our home and auto insurance.
You told our agent about my thing for romance novels?
No, you don't have to get that personal. Our agent just helped me choose affordable options to create a personalized price just for us.
Oh, sweet. Then you won't believe the love triangle Jen is in now.
Call your local State Farm agent, Vinny Kreekak, at 402-474-1173.
Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
The dog days of summer are here. Is your yard in need of a touch-up as we head into the fall season? August, September, and October are the months for aeration, and Penner Sprinkler and Lawn is the place to call to get the job done right. If you're noticing any issues with your sprinkler system through the hot summer months, they're always a call away, and they're already scheduling installs for sprinkler systems for next year and all other lawn care needs. Call Penner Sprinkler and Lawn today at 402-413-1215.
Get rid of pesky critters once and for all with Bats to Rats. Their expert team is here to help you reclaim your home. No more sleepless nights caused by crawling critters or flapping wings. Bats to Rats ensures a safe environment for every family member. Check the website at batstoRats.com for amazing offers, and if you mention this ad, you'll receive $10 off your initial inspection cost. Don't allow uninvited guests to take over your home. Trust Bats to Rats for a peaceful and rodent-free living space.
If you struggle with joint pain, there's good news. You don't need surgery to get back to full health. South Point Medical and Aesthetics offers breakthrough non-surgical options for treatment of moderate to severe joint pain. Our patients experience little to no downtime from our procedures, and the results are remarkable. They've had 14 years of successful treatments with patients from 35 states because of an effective word-of-mouth traffic. Learn more about how you can get lasting results for joint pain today at southpointmedical.com or call 402-323-8400. It takes a great game plan to win a football game each week, and right now, it's time to plan a trip to get a new car at Mullen Motors. Just like on the football field, there's a wall of defense on the way to Mullen Motors. 48th Street is under construction from Layton all the way to Cornhusker Highway. But the lot at Mullen Motors is full of tons of great vehicles to drive home this fall for the ultimate touchdown. Mullen Motors, still open through road construction at 48th and Walker.
No taglines, just quality vehicles. Mullen Motors.
Hey, it's Sean Callahan, and football season is here, and there is one place that has all the games, plus great food and beer specials. Tanner's Bar and Grill at 30th and Yankee Hill. Whether it's Thursday night football, college football Saturdays, NFL Sundays, or Monday night football, there's a great view of the game from any seat with different food and drink specials every night. Try the Blue Ribbon Reuben Sandwich or the Prime Rib French Dip or any of their famous chicken lips. That's Tanner's Bar and Grill at 30th and Yankee Hill.
If you're not going to Memorial Stadium for a home game and don't have any travel plans for away games, there's a great place in Omaha to catch the action, the Inner Rail Food Hall. There's plenty of space. The Backstretch Bar has amazing game specials on game days. $15 Blue Moon and Bud Light pitchers, $6 margaritas, and $6 Moscow Mules. And if you're hungry, take in some of their great options from their game day pizza specials. Do football game day right in the Inner Rail Food Hall in Exarban Village in Omaha.
It's game on at Elway Power Sports of Lincoln, and they've scouted out the best Kawasaki side-by-side deals for you. Score up to $2,500 off the 2023 Kawasaki Terex and up to $1,000 off Mule Pro FX and FXCs. Whether you want to handle the toughest task in a trusted, tried and true mule or looking to dominate adventure in a Terex, Elway Power Sports of Lincoln has you covered with a large selection of Kawasaki side-by-sides in stock at their new 27th and I-80 location. Hurry in, the clock is running down. Offer valid through 9/30/2023. Subject to change without notice. Offer available on approved purchases of select new unregistered Kawasaki vehicles. Model and year exclusions apply. Cannot be combined with promotional retail financing rates.
Experience the Landmark difference with the next level of dealer support. Landmark, your local John Deere dealer, continually works to have parts on hand the first time you walk in the door. Our internal route system means we can get the parts to you typically same or next day to keep you up and running. At Landmark, we understand time is money. Get more uptime with our after-hours parts and service support on the phone or in the field. Our sales, precision ag, parts, and service teams are ready to serve you this planning season. Stop by your local Landmark today to experience the Landmark difference.
Belmont Chiropractic and Novotny Nutrition and Wellness specialize in getting rid of people's pain quickly and permanently. For 31 years, they've been extremely successful with advanced techniques in pain relief using spinal adjustments and decompression, detoxification, diet and lifestyle modification, and more. They are fully equipped to handle the most seasonal athlete, weekend warrior, car accidents, strains, sprains, and more. Is there anywhere you're experiencing pain on your body, or are you fighting decreased energy and depression? Consult Belmont Chiropractic and Novotny Nutrition and Wellness first at 402-476-8619.
Jay Foreman Postgame Show. Sponsored by Tanner's Bar and Grill, Vinny Krekak, Elway Power Sports of Lincoln, and Action Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Electrical. On 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
We are back. Jay Foreman after game show. It is now 28-14. Huskers are still winning. Louisiana Tech has just scored. Now it's up for Nebraska. Now you talk about 4-minute offense, right? So we've been running. You got to think it's going to be a heavy dose of Heinrich Harburg and Anthony Grant.
There's no way you can pass the ball here, right, Jay? I mean,
no,
barring behind the chain, second and 15.
Yeah, right. And I don't even know if you do it then.
In this moment, this is about
you're up by 2 scores. Now you're trying to, play, the clock game and time management and clock management game. But ultimately, I'm having to talk with my offensive line and say, listen, this is on us. We want to this drive here. We want to walk the ball down the field, and whether we score or not, we want to have the ball in our possession when the game's over.
I think one thing. I mean, we talked in the first segment there about everything the coaches say, and then at some point the players got to go out and do it on their side. They got to apply it. As it appears, Chubba Purdy is going to be the quarterback for Nebraska's first drive outside of the weather delay. So the 6'2", 210-pound quarterback out of Queen Creek, Arizona is going to, the sophomore is going to be quarterbacking the offense to get things rolling here out of the weather delay. Heinrich Karberg didn't appear hurt prior to that weather delay, but unless there's something we don't know.
Right. Sometimes you get a little tight, especially if you're dinged up a little bit, but it's gotta be,
this has got to be the Anthony Grant drive again. This has to be an exact replica of what we saw in the early third quarter.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I was thinking Heinrich Harburg was going to be in there, and there's going to be those two. But obviously, Chubba can run, but not to the magnitude of Heinrich Harburg. So I think it's going to be a lot of Anthony Grant. It's going to be a lot of running that play clock down and finishing the game the way that they should. If the offensive line and Anthony Grant take over this part of the game, I do get confidence, or I do get a little bit of confidence, just like I did the second half last week. What I do not like is the sense of urgency to start the game. Yeah. Why are you starting the game so slow? Why are you not coming out with the same intensity? We aren't good enough to be front runners. We have to play like our backs are against the wall. It's 4th and 1. from play 1 to play 80 or whatever it is. And that has to have a sense of urgency that we have got to make every single play count. And if they take that type of mentality, they'll obviously execute more, because we're not good enough in any phase, offense, defense, or special teams, to come out and kind of sleepwalk through a first half. And then also, I would be asking them, we only got 12 of these games. This game is over. I mean, as much as we can sit here and watch, this game is over. All right. I mean, point blank, this game is over. And that was not even close.
So here,
it
was a pass interference.
Hey,
but
whoever that referee is, he definitely going to miss these tonight. That was, first of all, that ball was not catchable by Wilt Chamberlain or Shaquille O'Neal. Number one, it was not on time and it was not on target. That ref threw that thing because he thought, all right, I got to call it.
Yeah. Well, and
that effectively ends the game.
Here's what I would say, Jay. It's 3rd down and 3. You're in the middle in the process of what you hope to be a step on the throat and the game type of drive.
That is not a pass interference. But the dude standing right there didn't call it. The dude on the side. First of all, listen, Nebraska's going to win this game. That's a bad call.
Jay, let me ask you this, though. At that point, in 3rd and short, why are you not running the ball with Anthony Grant? Why don't you give the ball to Anthony Grant on this drive where you've talked so much about, as a staff and as a program, that you want to instill this mentality of drive it down the defender's throat, the opponent's throat, and put them away?
Yeah, it would have been.
This is the drive.
Yeah, it would have been good to have the run there.
I mean, am I way off?
You're not way off.
Okay.
You might be a little bit off, but not way off. Now, look, I could argue that to run in a slant, that's a high percentage pass.
It is.
But there hasn't been any separation. Maybe you're trying to get Marcus Washington a touch or a catch.
Chubba Purdy maybe in a rhythm in the final minutes.
To see what he can do. But I'm leaning more towards, okay, if we get stopped on 3rd and 3, then that's on us. Now they're here in an advantageous position, and it doesn't look like it's working out too well. But we're still going to win the game. And what needs to happen is after the coaches talk, right? After the game, the captains and the leaders of the team you need to call them we used to call it calling you to the rug. Straight up. And it's not, hey, bro, we need to do better. Listen, I ain't here to be your friend, and I'm not here to rub your back. We're here to play football, and we're here to win. And that's what I want to do. If you're not doing your job to the standard that I think that we've set forth, I'm going to tell you about it. You might not like it. You might get in your car and tell your girlfriend, your parents, and whoever else you talk to, you don't like me. So what? But at the end of the day, when you have a little bit of downtime, you say, you know what? We need to play better as an offense, defense line, or whatever it need to be. Because you got coaches out here that are putting a lot of time in it, right? And effort into it, earning their paycheck. You got players out here that are exceeding expectations, that have really stepped up their game. Deshaun Singleton, Mekhi Gabbert. You even have, Van Poppel.
A healthy Cam
Linhart. You have guys that have came in and done it. But you've been here, man.
Yeah.
These dudes don't even know how to get to the Lincoln Airport. When you think about it, they don't know their way. They don't know their way around camp. You've been here. And these little young dudes coming straight out of high school from, wherever they coming from, are exceeding expectations, and you sitting here chilling. Oh no, I'm going to tell you about it.
Let me ask you this. Is there a confusion or miscommunication on what the expectation is?
No.
Okay.
Getting your butt kicked, like I said.
And that's the point.
Hey, listen, football's real easy. You win or lose. Generally on every play. Now, you could hit and have a stalemate, right? Now, if you judge yourself, if I don't win, then I lose. But when they get in that room, if they just put the tape on, right, at certain positions and took the coach out of it so they don't have to coach them, they couldn't come out of that room and say, you know what, we played up to the standard that we said and set forth at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
They couldn't. And you can't, at some point, you can't continue to blame coaches and stuff like that. It has to be to the point that we are going to make here's what I would say. If you think that, and I know Jake loves Vic Fangio, if you think that I have never been as a defensive captain and a play caller, when Vic signaled in a defense, I can tell you 15 separate times, I hate this defense. this is probably not the right call.
Mm-hmm.
But not one time did I sit up there and say, you know what, I'm not going to execute it. And you know what? Sometimes, you know what, Nick? More times than not, because he's a really good coordinator. It worked out right because you know what we said as a defense? We're going to make it work.
Yeah.
We're going to make it work. Or we're going to make it work enough till we can live with the result. So what it has to do is be some self-accountability, some self-want to. And if you, instead of wanting to be just good or average, be the greatest you. Be the greatest offensive line unit that you guys can be. That's what I'm saying. That doesn't mean that you have to be the pipeline. You ain't never going to get there. This team ain't never going to get to 97, 94, 95, let alone 96. You ain't even getting to when Bill Callahan was here. Okay, that's fine. But can you be the greatest version of you? Can you be the best that you can be for over 80 to 85% of the time in practice and in the games?
Once again, Nebraska, they punted back to Louisiana Tech, got it at their own 10-yard line, the Bulldogs' 10-yard line, I should say. But then a big pass for a 19-yard completion for Louisiana Tech puts it at their own 31-yard line, and that's where it's currently at 2nd and 3 for Louisiana Tech as they're down by 14 still, and they just completed another pass for a first down. So Louisiana Tech here, with 90 seconds remaining on the game clock, having no issue moving the ball here on Nebraska's defense to this point. Just some stats here before we go to break. Heiner Karberg today, 8 of 17 for 107 passing yards, 1 touchdown, no interceptions, completes 47% of his passes. Just a kind of a maybe serviceable day, not a huge sample size.
He had a couple drops in there.
Yeah, he sure did. In the receiving game, Billy Kemp, 5 receptions, I should say. He was the only receiver or tight end that had more than 1 catch today.
Dollar Bill got off today.
So Billy Kemp, 5 catches for 62 yards. Once again, the rushing stats, Harburg goes 19 carries, 157 yards, and a touchdown. Anthony Grant, in his first week of being the true number 1 back, 22 carries, 135 yards, and a touchdown. So currently an update, once again, is Louisiana Tech just committed a penalty. They'll have probably 3rd and 10 or 3rd and 13 or so at the Nebraska 47-yard line, it seems like. So Nebraska still leads 28-14 in the final 90 seconds or so. But once again, just a little bit of a disappointing performance, I think, Jay, in garbage time here for the most part. Nebraska still up by 2 touchdowns, but giving up some big plays here.
Yeah, I mean, look, Louisiana Tech is in chuck and duck time, so that you know their success is going to be skewed. Even on their touchdown drive, right? So, you know, that's understandable. But overall, and primarily the offense and special teams is not with the right intentions or intensity to start the game. Now, I think they came alive a little bit, especially coming after halftime, where you pretty much just do whatever you want and score. Yeah. Well, not saying that's just going to happen every drive, but they know. Those players know if I walked in and asked them, dude, you trying to tell me the first 30 minutes you play with the same intensity you did coming out of halftime? There's no way you could tell me you did. Because I know what it looks like when you do. I know what it looks like when anybody does.
Because we've seen spurts of it throughout the season.
And you know what, Nick? Listen, this isn't – look, everybody's loafed. Everybody's not played up to their capabilities. But when it goes when is it ever going to be, all right, we didn't have a bad series, we need to step it up?
Yeah.
When are we ever going to have a think of like, okay, we're going to start fast. We're going to push ourselves to start faster. A big interception there it was Isaac Gifford.
I was just going to say Nebraska gets their first turnover in today's game.
Good for them, tip drill. And but I just think it's one of those things that they have to make a conscious effort of doing better. And you know, look, you don't want to rain on their parade because, you know, around here, wins have not came in consecutive weeks. Absolutely. Wins have not came at the rate that they should or could be. But also, it's actually a good thing that we're out here talking about that they haven't met the expectations. That means the expectations actually have legitimately been raised. That means there has been glimpses of legitimate football in all 3 phases. It's actually a good thing. It's not hating it. It's actually a good thing. It's actually, you know what? We've seen you guys play not a really good game against me. We've seen you play against a team that's been a thorn in your side with a new coaching staff, new regime, a new quarterback, a new offensive system, a new defense that nobody knew what was going to look like, and you went out there and essentially gave Minnesota the game. That changed the expectations from the jump. So now you're dealing with it because you guys have chosen to do some good. So accept it and then go along with it. And don't fight it. Come to reality with it. Don't sit up there and be like, man, you should be, be nicer to us. Like, you should not go in the locker room and think like, okay, we feel good after winning by 14 points. After struggling last week.
I think part of it also is like, now it's just another challenge.
Right.
Like, okay, rise to the occasion.
Right.
Because there was, I think, at times maybe this feeling of it's Louisiana Tech. It's tougher to get up for Louisiana Tech than it shouldn't be.
Right.
It's tougher to get up for Louisiana Tech than it is for Michigan.
And that does happen.
And that plays a factor into this.
It does play.
But now it's all right.
Okay.
Rise to this challenge.
Yeah, listen.
Of show us that you're not this team that can only beat Louisiana Tech by 14 points.
Well, you know what? You know how long you celebrate this game? To about 8:00 tonight.
Yeah.
You better be thinking about Michigan Wolverines as soon as you get in your car and go home. Because that's the most important thing that you need to do. And you're going to have to bring it. You're going to have to take yourself. And this is why I'm like talking about it. Why wait until the week of the game?
Yeah.
To try to raise your intensity level and intentions and energy, physical, and mental toughness and all that to the week of the game. You should be using this as kind of like a litmus test. Let me go out here and raise the roof on these dudes and see how they react. So when I have to do it against an opponent that we're looking across that's probably a little bit more seasoned than us, it's the number 2 team in the nation. Essentially, they have probably looked a little bit better than Georgia, right? They have, right? Without their head coach, you got to think Michigan's been pretty dominant without their head coach. And they played a pretty tough Rutgers team, 14-7 at halftime, end up winning 31-7 against a team, one of the best defensive teams legitimately in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
And one of the top rushing team in the Big Ten with a running quarterback and conventional running back. Michigan shut them down in the second half. Why wait till then? That's what I'm saying.
Once again, Nebraska wins this one as it's finally went final 28-14. We've been here since about 6 p.m. Once that rain delay kind of went into effect, or I should say the weather delay, because it was a lightning strike that paused the contest between Nebraska and Louisiana Tech. Nebraska wins 28-14. They are now 2-2 on the year. Jay, let's go ahead and take a break. When we come back here at the top of the hour, we'll have some clips from Matt Rule. We'll hear from the head coach after today's game. We'll definitely take your phone calls and texts as well. 402-464-5685. Want to thank all of our sponsors as well for supporting the show as well. Tanner's Bar and Grill, Vinny Krekak of State Farm Insurance, Elway Power Sports of Lincoln, and Action Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Electrical.
We'll be right back, and we'll decide if we're going to tone it down or not. I think I'm going to turn it up a notch.
All right.
Yeah, Austin and Harrison said turn it up. Said they want me to crank it up to the 15th power. So I'm going to crank it up to the 15th power when we come back.
It's game on at Elway Power Sports of Lincoln, and they've scouted out the best Kawasaki side-by-side deals for you. Score up to $2,500 off the 2023 Kawasaki Teryx and up to $1,000 off Mule Pro FX and FXCs. Whether you want to handle the toughest tasks in a trusted, tried and true mule, or looking to dominate adventure in a Teryx, Elway Power Sports of Lincoln has you covered with a large selection of Kawasaki side-by-sides in stock at their new 27th and I-80 location. Hurry in, the clock is running down. Offer valid through 9/30/2023. Subject to change without notice. Offer available on approved purchases of select new unregistered Kawasaki vehicles. Model and year exclusions apply. Cannot be combined with promotional retail financing rates.
Great news. I just got the State Farm personal price plan on our home and auto insurance.
You told our agent about my thing for romance novels?
No, you don't have to get that personal. Our agent just helped me choose affordable options to create a personalized price just for us.
Oh, sweet. Then you won't believe the love triangle Jen is in now.
Call your local State Farm agent, Vinny Krekak, at 402-474-1173.
Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
Okay, it's time to sell the house. How do we even begin to choose from the hundreds of realtors in town?
Easy. We make a pros list.
You mean a pros and cons list?
No, just a pros list. We need someone with pro photography to showcase the house in the best possible way, pro marketing to make sure we get maximum exposure, pro negotiations so we know we get the best price.
This is one of those times where you already know the right answer, isn't it?
You know it is. Ben Bleicher and Professional Realty Group.
Contact Ben Bleicher and the team at Professional Realty Group of Berkshire Hathaway's Home Services Ambassador. Online at prg-ne.com. The dog days of summer are here. Is your yard in need of a touch-up as we head into the fall season? August, September, and October are the months for aeration, and Penner Sprinkler and Lawn is the place to call to get the job done right. If you're noticing any issues with your sprinkler system through the hot summer months, they're always a call away, and they're already scheduling installs for sprinkler systems for next year and all other lawn care needs. Call Penner Sprinkler and Lawn today at 402-413-1215.
Accelerate your financial journey. With Kasasa Cash, experience the thrill of earning more with each transaction or the freedom to withdraw your cash from any ATM nationwide. Not to mention, no monthly service fees. It's the power of earning up to 5.5% APY on your Kasasa Cash with Liberty First Credit Union. Earn rewards beginning at a penny, continuing up to $40,000. Visit libertyfirstcu.com for details. Federally insured by NCUA. Liberty First Credit Union. Banking with purpose. Account qualifications apply.
Hey, it's Sean Callahan, and football season is here, and there is one place that has all the games, plus great food and beer specials. Tanner's Bar and Grill at 30th and Yankee Hill. Whether it's Thursday night football, college football Saturdays, NFL Sundays, or Monday night football, there's a great view of the game from any seat with different food and drink specials every night. Try the Blue Ribbon Reuben Sandwich or the Prime Rib French Dip or any of their famous chicken wings. That's Tanner's Bar and Grill at 30th and Yankee Hill.
Hi everyone, Kendall Warnock with A1 Automotive in downtown Lincoln. If you're looking for an automotive repair facility you can genuinely trust, we would be grateful for the opportunity to earn your business repairing your vehicle. We have ANSI master technicians and qualified to work on a variety of vehicles from Hondas to Porsches, Jaguars to Toyotas, and Chevrolets to Fords. We pride ourselves on customer service and relationships, and we would be grateful for the opportunity to serve you. Give us a call at 402-477-4660. A1 Automotive, always honest answers.
Get rid of pesky critters once and for all with Bats to Rats. Their expert team is here to help you reclaim your home. No more sleepless nights caused by crawling critters or flapping wings. Bats to Rats ensures a safe environment for every family member. Check the website at batstoRats.com for amazing offers, and if you mention this ad, you'll receive $10 off your initial inspection cost. Don't allow uninvited guests to take over your home. Trust Bats to Rats for a peaceful and rodent-free living space.
If your car has sent you to the sidelines, Eustace Body Shop can help. With gold-class certified technicians, OEM parts, and free loaner cars, Eustace Body Shop is your best choice this Husker season. And with 6 locations across central and eastern Nebraska, we've got you covered, whether you're rooting at home or you're headed to Memorial Stadium. Get a free online quote at EustaceBodyShop.com, and let's get you back in the game.
The most recommended Eustace Body Shop. That's who we are.
It takes a great game plan to win a football game each week, and right now, it's time to plan a trip to get a new car at Mullen Motors. Just like on the football field, there's a wall of defense on the way to Mullen Motors. 48th Street is under construction from Layton all the way to Cornhusker Highway. But the lot at Mullen Motors is full of tons of great vehicles to drive home this fall for the ultimate touchdown. Mullen Motors, still open through road construction at 48th and Walker.
No taglines, just quality vehicles. Mullen Motors.
Action Plumbing, Heating, Air, and Electric brings exciting career opportunities for you or someone you know. They are now hiring plumbers, electricians, and HVAC techs and installers to continually build their professional team. They offer competitive pay and full benefits packages that include health, dental, vision, PTO, and 401k options. Action has created a positive team environment for over 50 years. Apply online at actionlincoln.com.
What do Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Tiger Woods, and LeBron James have in common? They're all among the best athletes in their sports of all time. And they all do Pilates. Yep, Pilates is not just for women. It helps everyone to bring the muscles of the body into balance and help the mobility and strength in spine and joints. Pilates can help your golf game and anything else you do for fun. Do Pilates, do life. Check out Club Pilates in Lincoln today at 84th and Holdridge. Online at clubpilates.com/Lincoln or at 531-500-1456.
Old School with DP and J.
You know, earning a black shirt is a great honor. I mean, obviously you got coaches that haven't been here before, but at the end of the day, they understand somewhat of what it means. And the majority of the guys, or the guys that got them, they must be doing something right. For me personally, you know, that was just something I never forgot, man. It was just when I was on campus, because I never envisioned myself doing anything until my senior year.
On 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Ever wish you had another light switch on the other side of the room on a dark night? How much better would you sleep at night if you had a ceiling fan in your room? The High Electric Service Department is here to make your electrical what-ifs a reality. Whether you're looking to replace some outdated light fixtures or brighten up your counters with under-cabinet lighting, High Electric can handle all types of residential electrical installations and services. Give Erica a call at 402-466-6606 or visit high-electric.com to get started.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. The home of Kansas City Royals baseball. KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket. Jay Foreman Postgame Show. Sponsored by Tanner's Bar and Grill, Vinny Krekak, Elway Power Sports of Lincoln, and Action Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Electrical. On 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
We're back. Jay Foreman after game show. Still bringing it. And, you know, Nick, I think one of the things we need to look at, you know, from the positive here is one thing that you could tell. I always think that when I judge a defense, right, is obviously yards per carry. I think they obviously did decent, but third down efficiency, they held them to 25%. So you're playing good defense. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And so, you know, it's not all doom and gloom. Obviously, we'd like the pass rush in a regular four-man front to be as or more effective as they did against Colorado. Now, granted, as you've seen Colorado lose 42-6 to Oregon, their offensive line is pathetic.
Yeah.
For real. In particular, their left tackle is hot garbage. Now, with Louisiana Tech at times, their offensive line probably looked as good or maybe at times better than ours. But I will tell you this, that that dude is hammered. But I will tell you this, being able to shut a team down with a legitimate receiver, number 6, Smoke Harris, and a tight end, even you have a freshman quarterback that hold them to 3-12, you're doing some good things. And that's including chuck and duck time. Right? So where you might keep them and then you're playing a little bit deeper coverage, a little bit lax coverage. So right there, Nebraska's done well. They held them under they almost held them under 300 yards offense, which is good. And you got to think.
Well, you have to take into account the last possession that we saw where they were throwing it 20 yards at a time.
Last two possessions.
Yep.
So I think they you know, for the most part, they did well. Gave up 300 yards passing, 27 of 42, allowed them 7 yards of completion or per pass. Held them to 46 yards rushing, 2.2 yards a carry. The one thing I think is a check in the good box for Nebraska. 6 penalties for 55 yards, whereas Louisiana Tech had 12 penalties for 100.
Yeah.
So those are the things that were, you know, stymieing Nebraska in the past. So you got to give them credit to where the penalties were, obviously you'd like them to be 4 or less, but, you know, 6 penalties, and those are all subjective. Obviously, we've seen some that were a little bit suspect, questionable. But then also they did really well defensively against their third down. Now, on the flip side, Nebraska needs to up their third down percentage because they went 3 of 11 on third down. You'd like to see them 6 of 11, 5 of 11 at the worst case scenario, and as high as possible, right? And how do you do that? Get ahead of the chains early in the game on schedule, meaning because your penalties are low. You got 6, you know, pretty much only a little bit over a penalty and a half per quarter. And then you have third and manageable, easy throws. At times they did it, but you had some untimely drops, right?
Yeah.
And particularly 1 or 2 from Marcus Washington. You didn't get to really work the tight end as much. You had a 30-yard reception, which led to a touchdown for Fedoni. I'd like to see Porkature worked in some.
Which was a really nice grab by Fedoni as well. It was a ball that was thrown pretty high and a little behind him as well, with nobody around him. A nice grab by Fedoni.
Yeah, and then he turned it up and then 30-yard touchdown. So you're starting to see the fourth game of the season, 3 games in a row with scores from Fedoni. And every week he looks a little bit more quicker, a little bit more stronger, obviously a little bit more confident. So you're starting to see some of the things that, the accolades they got out of high school. So, but then you'd like to see Borkature featured some. You'd like to see the receivers, in particular Marcus Washington, get some more targets. A lot went to Billy Kemp, at the beginning of the game, and he obviously, provided some spark himself, but you saw some drops. You need, from the receiver position, more consistent. We got to start catching the ball, because when you have 2 inexperienced quarterbacks, and I throw Jeff Sims in there along with Heinrich Hardberg, inexperience of playing the quarterback position, your receivers have to catch catchable balls at like 95%.
And even a couple uncatchable.
Yes.
Just to help your quarterback.
But I'm talking
out,
about the ones that
you're supposed to catch.
The ones that when you're here on scholarship, they hit you in the hands or in the numbers. You got to catch those.
Yeah.
And those drops seem to come at crucial times during the game. The big one against Colorado, I had a couple last week. There were a couple catches or a couple drops spread all around. Even 2 in Colorado. And that affects Jeff Sims. That affects the way he's judged. That affects the way Marcus Satterfield can call plays. It affects the where you punt from. So that affects field position. It puts your defense back against the wall. There's all different things that go into. So everybody's got to pull their weight and then some.
I think once again, I mean, to add to all that, Nebraska's margin for error, we always talk about how it's so slim.
Right.
And that was the conversation. I remember we had that on various post-game shows after Minnesota and after Colorado from Boulder, was that the margin for error is so slim already as it is. Well, now you throw in 3 season-ending injuries from guys that you expected to play pretty integral roles in your offense, and Isaiah Garcia Castaneda at the wide receiver position, and then the 2 running backs of Gabe Irvin and Ramir Johnson. And what you just talked about, Jay, becomes even that much more important from wide receivers like an Alex Bullock, like a Marcus Washington. And now in the backfield of Anthony Grant, which we saw him go for over 130 yards today as well, those guys got to step up and play maybe even a bigger role than they saw themselves playing.
Right. I want to ask you this, Nick. Yeah, I see you, dude. Yeah. Who's he cheering for, right? Yeah. I want to ask you, let's take a look at special teams, right? When you look at it right here, the 2 kickoff returns, you're averaging well over 20 each on the kickoff returns, right? From Tommy Hill and Alex Bullock, average between both of them, 23.5 yards. That's a positive. 1 punt return for 8 yards. I can deal with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Brian Buschini averaging almost 46 yards a punt. We can deal with that. He's starting to kick like we know he can kick.
Exactly, because we saw it in Minnesota.
Colorado.
He had a rough game against Colorado.
But we saw some resemblance of not kicking up to his potential. But right now, the last 2 weeks, he's starting to kick really well.
Yes.
Right?
There's also been less pressure on Buschini. You remember in those first 2 weeks, especially against Colorado,
they were bringing it.
Just
because you're backed up in a situation and your offense isn't going. Now that we're talking about the kicker now, we got some misses going on.
Yeah.
And then also with the kickoff return, that was a house call brought back by a penalty. What's your overall grade? I'm going to give him a C- in special teams. And that's hard to do when I just named kickoff returns. I thought was good. Punting was good. Punt return was good. Coverage units, not so good. I'm going to give him a C- overall special teams. What's your grade?
Before you said that, I was going to go with a C. The letter grade of C, right? So that fluctuates anywhere from C+ to C-.
Right.
I think when you also look at, specifically speaking, Tristan Alvano in this situation, he's a freshman that everybody was pretty high on because of what he's been able to do in high school and at Omaha West Side. He also, according to the staff, has beaten out a guy in Timmy Bleekrode last year who went 9 for 12.
Right.
Now, once again, 75% in field goals isn't anything to necessarily write home about, but it also wasn't the largest sample size.
No, and
12 field goals throughout the entire season isn't a whole lot.
No. And I mean, look, he's the best kicker if they choose it, but you're the kicker. You got to make kicks
in your home stadium nonetheless.
Yeah. I don't care. I don't care if you're a freshman or a senior. You got to start kicking, and you got to start making it. And that's not me being a Debbie Downer. That's just, hey, look, dude, you got to pull your weight. The thing is, when you look at the kickoff coverage, besides the one that was called back, Louisiana Tech averaged 16 yards of kick return. I like that. But we have to short. We cannot give up explosive returns at that point in the game. And yes, it was a penalty, right? So in reality, it didn't count.
Mm-hmm.
But I am coaching that play for 15, 20 minutes. Lane integrity, hitting the line running. So we got to have speed and physicality. Are we getting off blocks, and are we getting off blocks and still maintaining our lanes?
Mm-hmm.
Because there might have been I think it was a fictitious holding penalty, but that dude was not touched. Besides like a freeze tag.
Yeah.
We have to get that right, because when you play, whether it's Michigan, was the following week on a Friday on a short week, going to Champaign, Illinois, or coming off a bye week and you're playing Northwestern and Purdue, we can't give them anything. We have to cover every single kick, every single punt, and not give up any more than 18 yards of return.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is it hard? Yeah, because they're going to be on scholarship and they're going to be trying to scheme up against us. But in order for us to win, we have to be almost dang near perfect in all phases of special teams.
There's this piece of it as well, and this kind of goes into that missed field goal discussion with Tristan Alvano earlier today. Missed a 41-yarder right before halftime. Kent texted on the Starter Heyman text line 402-464-5685, says Rule did mismanage the clock before. It should have been a closer kick. 41 yards in college should be makeable.
Yeah, that's not a. But that's a high in high school. It's a coin toss.
Exactly.
In college, not so much.
Especially once again in your home stadium.
Yeah.
When there wasn't a whole lot of wind to affect it. Now I understand that in Memorial Stadium it's going to swirl. It's going to swirl differently, but nonetheless, it's a 41-yard kick in your home stadium. You should be able to at least get closer.
Yeah, and he has a really strong leg.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I mean,
now to the point of that Kent made regarding the mismanagement. We kind of talked about that during the break a little bit, to where there's been some situations primarily during the final final offensive drive for Nebraska before halftime and throughout all 4 weeks.
Right.
From a collective example from coaches and players.
Situational football.
Yes. That's really huge. Kind of left you scratching your head a little bit. And today was one of them. Yes, they had a field goal attempt that should have been converted.
Sure.
Before halftime. But with 50 seconds left and you're on your own side of the 50, if you're going to try to get down and find points, there once again needs to be that urgency.
Right.
And Nebraska chose to huddle up with 50 seconds to go in the first half with the clock running.
Mm-hmm.
And then they end up getting a 41-yard field goal attempt, which is fine. But then they go into the halftime with 2 timeouts. They didn't use 2 of their timeouts. And so you can't carry those over, Jay Foreman.
They're not. You don't get to carry.
You don't get 5 in the third and fourth quarter.
So it's not like time. It's not like time off. It doesn't accumulate.
And so that's kind of where I'm getting at is if you need to huddle up with a guy who's technically still the backup quarterback in Heinrich Karberg with maybe some new pieces, whatever your reasoning is, if you need to huddle up, but if you weren't planning to use the 2 timeouts,
right.
I mean, there's situational football, as you just talked about.
It's situational football, and when it doesn't work out,
exactly.
And then it gets.
If they make the field goal, we're not talking about it.
It gets magnified.
You're absolutely right.
It's no different than not calling the timeout at the half-yard line against Minnesota.
Exactly.
I was okay with it because you had them on the ropes, and by no means should an offensive lineman jump off sides at the half-yard line. But in reality, in hindsight, you could have called a timeout and ran the same play. And hoped he didn't jump off sides after a timeout.
Jump off sides and still not get a whole lot of push.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. But with this right here, you never want to go in the half with your timeouts when you're huddling. Now, I will say this. If the offense operates better out of the huddle, you have to be cognizant of how many timeouts you have.
Exactly.
But maybe they felt that they had them on the ropes that where you could bleed the clock, still huddle, snap the ball a little bit quicker after that, and still have a legitimate field goal attempt that you feel like your kicker can make 9 times out of 10. They got down there. The execution of the kick, yes, you could have got a little closer, but the way that thing was missed, it didn't matter if you were at 35 yards.
Exactly.
So, I mean, there is some things that you need to, and it's not just before the half, which you're 100% right about, right? It's also when back against Minnesota, we got a lead, 12 minutes left in the fourth quarter. We throw it 3 straight times. Now, the first pass, I'm 100%.
The shot down the field.
I'm 100% on board.
Absolutely.
And I can even deal with the third pass because it was there and the guy just didn't catch it. I would have liked to seen a run in between. 1, to give your defense a little bit more rest. Number 2, keep the momentum and at least on your, if it's not fully on your side, at least trending towards your side.
Because it was, you'll remember that game, and you hate to continue to look back, right?
Right.
But in that moment against the Gophers, you came out with that big special teams play at the start of the third quarter. Ramir Johnson returned the kick 65 yards, if I remember correctly, to the Minnesota 35.
Exactly.
That allowed you to then score a touchdown on maybe a trick play, whatever it was.
But it was wide open anyway.
It didn't work. It didn't work perfectly. It wasn't executed, but it got you 6 points at the end of the day. And so in that moment, I'm right there with you, where it's like you have that momentum.
Right.
And you've talked at that point, it was all off season long about how, hey, when we have the momentum, we are going to keep it. And we are going to basically, once again, step on the opponent's throat and leave them no hope.
Right.
But what by decisions that not only coaching staff made in that situation and throughout certain situations throughout the first 4 weeks,
right,
and as well as players, both sides, two-way street here.
It is.
You have allowed teams to get momentum and feel like they are in the game.
At least in the game. And that's what Matt Rule is talking about, learning how to win. And it's really just learning how to play with a lead, learning how to play with the momentum. That's what I talked about on the pregame show, the A1 Automotive pregame show, is that you got to learn how to deal with success. Success happens multiple times during the game. You know what I mean? Have a turnover, have a big first down, have a drive. You have momentum going into halftime. How do we extend the clock or bleed the clock and get what we need going into halftime? Do we, do we make the field goal? Do we come out and have a big return? Do we double down on what we did positive? That's the hardest thing for this team right now, is dealing with success. Small, medium, or large success. Getting first downs, low penalty games, stepping on people's neck when you have the chance to do it and knocking them out earlier than than the end of the game. Executing on third down. Catching an open pass when you're wide open in your hands. Probably a pass that you've caught individually 30, 40 times during the week through group work, obviously plays and warm up before the game and all that other stuff, let alone just not even taking account the extra work you've done. So I think it's one of those things that, this season, just remember, here's what I always try to do is look at, remember it was 99 days before the season kicked off.
Yeah.
Here we are 4 weeks into the season. And I would ask this team, we're 4 weeks into the season. Remember we were 100 days away? Remember when we decided to make a sacrifice, or we were willing to work as hard as we could 100 days ago, or more than 100 days ago, but 100 days before we played in that first game? Now we're trying to take what we did and apply it to when it counts. So why are we not doing what we said we were going to do 128 days ago while we're out here when it matters the most?
Well, and is it even, taking it a step further, 100 days before that?
Right. But I'm just saying, things got real when it was 100 days.
This is when, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is when Matt Rule can say, hey, remember everything that was going on in January?
Right.
And when you decided to stay here?
Right. And then we got to the spring ball?
Now it's applying it to this.
These are all the sacrifices, all the guys that showed up to every single meeting, hit every workout, and hit benchmarks. We're here playing games, and this is all that stuff was set up for you to have success right now. Why are we forgetting what you did prior and not applying it? That's what I'm talking to. Let's get down. Let's peel that onion back and deal with the ramifications of it, because we have a tremendous opportunity. This is what this team, I think, doesn't understand. As at times you look as lethargic and so in those first 4 games. You gave away the first game, got a little bit of railroaded or bum rushed in the second game against Colorado. haven't looked your best against the last 2 games, you still control your own destiny. You still, as far as the Big Ten West, you control your own destiny. That should give you confidence and give you encouragement more than anything that the coach could say. But it's only going to last so long. You can't be 2 weeks from now and say, man, we're lucky to be mathematically in it, and we've been playing like booty, and we're in the bye week. You get what I'm saying?
I sure wish we could control our own destiny right now.
Right. Yeah. Now we got to wait for everybody else.
Now let's just hope Minnesota loses tonight.
Or hope Iowa loses too, or Wisconsin loses too. Now you have a chance to face one of the best teams in the nation, beat it, and everybody else is beatable to your standard.
That's also been something though. That attitude of, man, I hope they don't make I hope they make a mistake.
Right.
I hope this. I hope they lose. I hope Wisconsin doesn't win. That's been the situation, it feels like, for the last couple of years.
Well, that's the problem, because everybody looks at the schedule and thinks the schedule should dictate the standard or what the outcome should be.
Yeah.
The schedule is just whoever's in your way. You think Georgia's worried about the schedule?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're probably saying, man, we got to go to Alabama, then we got to go to LSU back-to-back weeks. That sucks. But they're saying, you know what? Since we got to do that, we're not going to try to have national championship aspirations. That's the problem when everybody worries about the schedule. And granted, the Big Ten hasn't done Nebraska any favors, and that's fine. In reality, the schedule is as hard or a big a deal as that you make it. Look at it as an opportunity versus an obstacle, and everything will fall into place, because you cannot worry about the schedule or hope that somebody else doesn't win if you don't handle your business. And here's an example, Nick, I'll tell you this before we go to break. And this is when Wade Phillips got fired. This is when I knew he was going to get fired. Mm-hmm. We had 3 games left. Indianapolis had pretty much a stronghold on the AFC East. And we had to win 3 games in a row to get in the playoffs. And the Indianapolis Colts had to lose 3. And we played them on Sunday Night Football, and we played like hot garbage. We were like hot dog water. They give you a stomach. We were garbage. And Wade Phillips, after the game, and I love Wade, said that, you know what? Essentially, there's no chance of us making the playoffs with 3 games left. Well, guess what happened? You think that everybody on the team didn't hear that? You think guys didn't start thinking about they got to save themselves for the offseason, right? Indianapolis goes and lose. Guess how many games they lose in a row? 3. Guess what we do? We only win 2, right? We lost the first game coming out of there. We win those 3, we're in the playoffs. You never know. That's the thing is, you can never sit there and look at the schedule and worry about and put it in somebody else's hands when you have every opportunity to dictate where you can go from here. Take the Michigan game out of it. There's not a game in the rest of the schedule that Nebraska can't, shouldn't, and couldn't win. And it's not even a tall order, right? It's not even to where Nebraska has to play astronomically good. Every game besides Michigan. There's not one team on there. Nobody could call in from this text line or call in on the phone or text in and say Nebraska has to play well above their talent
from what we've seen in certain situations
to win that game. Not one game. And so that's where I think you need to take the positive out of it, but it's only going to be a positive as long as you handle your business. It'll be a negative and regret, right? Mm-hmm. That you don't handle your business. We had a tremendous opportunity to kind of backdoor our way into a Big Ten West championship. Just imagine Matt Rule comes in here and finds a way to end up in Indianapolis with a hodgepodge team in the first year of his regime. It's not too far fetched, but it becomes farther fetched if you don't take advantage of your opportunity, man.
Yeah, we do have Matt Rule sound bites that we'll definitely get to when we return. Once again, huge thanks to our sponsors: Tanner's Bar and Grill, Vinny Kreekak of State Farm Insurance, Elway Power Sports of Lincoln, and Action Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Electrical. If you're on your way home, appreciate you guys listening to us after Nebraska beats Louisiana Tech 28-14 here at Memorial Stadium as they improve to 2-2. It's 500, Jay. This is a spot where Nebraska hasn't necessarily been up until, since the early parts of, or I should say, in the last couple of years. I mean, they're sitting here.
I mean, there is a silver lining. You had a couple hard games to start the season. And if before the season, considering that where Nebraska was or perceived to be with a new coach and situation, being 2-2 would not been too far off, or people would be somewhat happy with it. I always said this: expectations change about the third quarter of the Minnesota game.
Yeah,
it changed. So just deal with it. You didn't play, you didn't play above your, your talent grade or anything like that. You just played as good as you can, and the expectations change. So 2-2 is okay. You should be 3-1, but now you got to make up a game somewhere, and you got to play better. And you're not going to be able to make up a game for the rest of the year until you handle your business internally. So we're going to go to break, and we're going to come back, listen to some Matt Rule sound bites, maybe some players. We want to take some more calls and texts. Jay Foreman after game show. We'll be right back.
Ever wish you had another light switch on the other side of the room on a dark night? How much better would you sleep at night if you had a ceiling fan in your room? The High Electric Service Department is here to make your electrical what-ifs a reality. Whether you're looking to replace some outdated light fixtures or brighten up your counters with under-cabinet lighting, High Electric can handle all types of residential electrical installations and services. Give Erica a call at 402-466-6606 or visit high-electric.com to get started.
Hi everyone, Kendall Warnock with A1 Automotive in downtown Lincoln. If you're looking for an automotive repair facility you can genuinely trust, we would be grateful for the opportunity to earn your business repairing your vehicle. We have ASE master technicians and qualified to work on a variety of vehicles from Hondas to Porsches, Jaguars to Toyotas, and Chevrolets to Fords. We pride ourselves on customer service and relationships, and we would be grateful for the opportunity to serve you. Give us a call at 402-477-4660. A1 Automotive, always honest answers.
Get rid of pesky critters once and for all with Bats to Rats. Their expert team is here to help you reclaim your home. No more sleepless nights caused by crawling critters or flapping wings. Bats to Rats ensures a safe environment for every family member. Check the website at batstoRats.com for amazing offers, and if you mention this ad, you'll receive $10 off your initial inspection cost. Don't allow uninvited guests to take over your home. Trust Bats to Rats for a peaceful and rodent-free living space.
If you're not going to Memorial Stadium for a home game and don't have any travel plans for away games, there's a great place in Omaha to catch the action, the Inner Rail Food Hall. There's plenty of space. The Backstretch Bar has amazing game specials on game days. $15 Blue Moon and Bud Light pitchers, $6 margaritas, and $6 Moscow mules. And if you're hungry, take in some of their great options from their game day pizza specials. Do football game day right in the Inner Rail Food Hall in Exarban Village in Omaha.
Our Remington Homes has really expanded and taken off in the last 5 years.
Bob Benish of Aspen Builders talking about their exciting new division, Remington Homes, which makes the home building process easier and more affordable.
The exciting thing about a Remington home is you get to choose your floor plan from predetermined floor plans. You can select your options. We give you a lot of choices. By selecting certain floor plans, they're just easier to build. And you couple that with our great lot selection in all different areas. People do not want to be married to their house payment. They want to get a nice house with nice finishes in a great area for an affordable price. And that's what Remington Homes are all about.
Home building is easier with a Remington home from Aspen Builders at 423-6811. Online at remingtonlincoln.com. remingtonlincoln.com.
So I switched my insurance to State Farm, and get this. I talked to an actual State Farm agent who lives in my actual town. And get this. My actual agent in my actual town gave me actual help with the coverage I needed. And get this. My actual agent in my actual town who gave me actual help actually knows my name. And get this. They actually say it's called service.
Call your local State Farm agent, Vinny Krekak, at 402-474-1173.
This is where it happens. Long hikes with friends, kayaking adventures with family, more horseback riding, zip line gliding, rock face climbing, hammock camping fun than you could ever imagine. And it's all outdoors, amongst the trees and across the prairie, here beneath Nebraska skies. Plan an outing today at yournebraskaadventure.com. Sponsored by Nebraska Game and Parks. Aired with the Nebraska Broadcasters Association and this station.
Accelerate your financial journey. With Kasasa Cash, experience the thrill of earning more with each transaction or the freedom to withdraw your cash from any ATM nationwide. Not to mention, no monthly service fees. It's the power of earning up to 5.5% APY on your Kasasa Cash with Liberty First Credit Union. Earn rewards beginning at a penny, continuing up to $40,000. Visit libertyfirstcu.com for details. Federally insured by NCUA. Liberty First Credit Union. Banking with purpose. Account qualifications apply.
Action Plumbing, Heating, Air, and Electric is the call I make when I have a need for plumbing services. Whether it's for my home or office, if I need a repair to a water heater, softener, or even my garbage disposal, I know I can count on Action to help. In one simple call, their amazing customer service team promptly schedules a service call, often getting to my needs within a day. Action delivers honest quality services we can count on. To learn more, visit actionlincoln.com.
It takes a great game plan to win a football game each week, and right now, it's time to plan a trip to get a new car at Mullen Motors. Just like on the football field, there's a wall of defense on the way to Mullen Motors. 48th Street is under construction from Layton all the way to Cornhusker Highway. But the lot at Mullen Motors is full of tons of great vehicles to drive home this fall for the ultimate touchdown. Mullen Motors, still open through road construction at 48th and Walker.
No taglines, just quality vehicles. Mullen Motors.
It's game on at Elway Power Sports of Lincoln, and they've scouted out the best Kawasaki side-by-side deals for you. Score up to $2,500 off the 2023 Kawasaki Teryx and up to $1,000 off Mule Pro FX and FXCs. Whether you want to handle the toughest task in a trusted, tried and true mule or looking to dominate adventure in a Teryx, Elway Power Sports of Lincoln has you covered with a large selection of Kawasaki side-by-sides in stock at their new 27th and I-80 location. Hurry in, the clock is running down. Offer valid 9/30/2023. Subject to change without notice. Offer available on approved purchases of select new unregistered Kawasaki vehicles. Model and year exclusions apply. Cannot be combined with promotional retail financing rates.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. The home of Kansas City Royals baseball. KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket. Jay Foreman Postgame Show. Sponsored by Tanner's Bar and Grill, Vinny Kreekak, Elway Power Sports of Lincoln, and Action Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Electrical. On 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
You got me. We are back. Jay Foreman after game show, putting a bow on this 28-14 Husker victory over Louisiana Tech Bulldogs on a misty day, misty Saturday. Had some sunshine, but kind of like the game. Started off kind of gloomy, little sunshine, and then ended with a little bit of rain showers. But I think, Nick, we got some audio from Matt Rule.
Yeah, we got Matt Rule post-game press conference audio here. Let's start off with one of the positives from today, and
Right.
It was the running game, right? Whether it was the quarterback or the running back room. I mean, they ran the ball rather effectively. Obviously, Heinrich Karberg had over 100 rushing yards, and so did Anthony Grant in the first game as the true number one here once again in 2023. After all of his, fumble issues and the conversations around Anthony Grant. So here's Matt Rule on the running back Anthony Grant.
It looked like it was a good day for Anthony. I think the biggest thing was the thing I was most proud of. If you put a camera on me, like I went over there and about punched him in a good way, like fired up, because he's the one who made the block on Fedoni's touchdown. Like we checked to that versus that Sam Strong safety. We knew that if they brought it, it would be there. And he scanned all the way back. And so those are the things that we've been working on Anthony to get, not just to be a runner, but to be a guy that can be effective in protections. And he did that. And that was a huge play that, really to me kind of opened things up.
How vital is that when, we know that Ramir might have been your best pass pro running back, right? And now he's gone for the year. So how vital is that knowing that, all right, you saw Anthony Grant do it?
Yeah, and I think Anthony Grant did a decent job, of it last year. But I think Ramir really embodied that role. So, he was the guy. But I think, the biggest thing for Anthony Grant, he can run the ball. That's never been a doubt. Mm-hmm. But I think the little things that Matt Rule mentioned is actually, kudos to Anthony Grant, right? He's taken some hard criticism, some hard coaching, and welcomed it, and he's gotten better at it. He just said, look, the extra effort and the block sprung Fedoni for a 30-yard touchdown. That's something that, you really want to highlight as a coach, but then also you want to highlight the player because he's giving you that extra effort. That's what Nebraska needs from a guy that was a starter last year. He probably felt internally he was the best running back they had, but he had to do a couple of little things or the extra little things to get on the field consistently. And through injury, he's gotten his opportunity, and it paid dividends today. Not only did he run the ball well, he did things outside of running the ball. So I think it's good for Matt Rule to recognize that, but then it's also good for Anthony Grant making him recognize that, not only from the game he got or a game he had running the ball, but then also what he did to really affect the game without the ball. And that's what when you have a good football player on your hands. So, I think that's good. I think that's part of the process. That's a positive coming out of this game. Anthony Grant, Heinrich Harburg with the ability to run the ball, those two physically taking over the game. But in particular, Anthony Grant from the conventional run game has been something that's been needed for quite some time, and he took advantage of his opportunity today.
Did a good job of bouncing outside when needed to, not trying to do it too much necessarily. Right. Not a whole lot of, in certain situations, running a little more north-south, which Husker fans can somewhat appreciate and like to see, I suppose. After this week and after all the conversations about the backup running backs, about the Emmett Johnsons of the world, the Quentin Ives, Anthony Grant has 22 carries. Emmett Johnson finishes the game with 2.
Right.
He finishes with 2 carries for 6 yards. Are you surprised Emmett didn't have more run today? Or was it a game where the staff is saying, hey, we understand this road that Anthony Grant's been on through the first 3.5 weeks of the year. We need to show him that we have faith in him to be our guy, but then also him trying to build himself and the confidence and trust for himself.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. It's a good, kind of like relationship there where, they've held him accountable and sometimes maybe to a higher standard of what other players have been held to. And he's, welcomed it and then, adapted to it. So, you want to show him you got confidence in him, but also you have to also understand he's your most experienced back. He's your best back. And it's a tight game all the way until the middle to late third quarter. You can't afford to put in inexperienced guys, especially after Anthony Grant is running at that type of clip. It really wouldn't. There's no reason to. So, I think you would have liked to seen Emmett Johnson get some more carries, but I think Anthony Grant nullified that with his play. Mm-hmm. It's not only just his running, but then obviously you saw that Matt Rule was talking about him. Getting that block on a blitz. And so I think it's something that's going to be week to week. Look, Emmett Johnson could come in there and have a couple good runs and you ride him for a while. And then Anthony Grant, answers it. Just like when Gabe and Anthony went back and forth against Northern Illinois, where they both kind of fed off each other and really broke that team down physically. You'd like Emmett Johnson to get there. He's not there yet. He can get there. Yes, he needs opportunity, but then also you got to make sure those opportunities are in the right situation and not just giving them carries for the sake of giving them carries.
Let's hear from Matt Rule a little bit more on the quarterback, Heinrich Karberg's performance. Here's what Matt Rule had to say today.
Yeah, I think anytime we protect the football, we have a chance to play good defense, to control the game on the ground. Again, I thought we were at 3:15 there early in the fourth quarter. Things go a little differently. I thought maybe we'd get a couple more. Those 2 runs called back might have been a 400, running for 400, 450. That's kind of day you'd like to have out there. But I think he did a good job. He executed the play calls. Some things he didn't. Some things he didn't execute. So the great thing about Heinrich is he's trying to get better. We're coaching him through it. But for the most part, I thought he managed the game pretty well. But there's, he, like all of us, like me, all of us have to continue to get better.
Yeah. He's right on point. And look, when you don't turn the ball over, you give yourself a chance. I wonder what the stat is. If you don't turn the ball over, what are your chances of, your percentage of win percentage goes up probably by 50, 60%. And so, and granted, you got 2 games that you've seen it where you protected the ball, right? 2 games where you turned the ball over at the highest rate in the nation, the first 2 games. You see the difference. Now, the competition in the first 2 games is way higher than it was the last 2 games. But you have to look at it the way you execute, even though it looks lethargic at times. which is a self-control thing. You control that as a player and as a unit across the offense and defensive line. But then also look at how the game goes. You're able to withstand a potential kickoff return for a touchdown because you haven't turned the ball over. So you're able to establish a run game, quarterback or conventional run game. Look, Heinrich Harburg is essentially going to be running the ball.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't passing the ball 30 sometimes. It's just not going to happen.
The same could be said for Jeff Sims, I believe.
Right. So at the end of the day, that is your part of your conventional run game. It's a big part of your offense. So not turning the ball over is allowed those carries to grow, and you're able to be more physical. Now what they have to do is marry some sort of controlled passing game on time and on target to stay ahead of the chains, but then also to be able to move the chains when need be. And it has to do with situational football. It has to do with the coaches in situational football and the players. But when you talk about Heinrich Harburg taking care of the ball, not forcing things, taking calculated shots when you need to, all that type of stuff.
He walked by, he waved,
and then came back.
He had his hands on his hips.
Right, and stood there to. That's the awesome thing, right? Until we acknowledge him, right? He was like a parent that wanted to make sure you cleaned up after yourself and had your plate in the dish or in the sink. But back to Heinrich Harburg, he's done a good job. He's taken advantage of his opportunity. He really has.
He's forced there to be a conversation,
a longer conversation.
Yeah,
I think after last week, it was a conversation over coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're at a dinner conversation.
That dinner table.
Right. Now we're at the dinner table. Now we're in a 3-course, 4-course meal dinner conversation, start to finish. And it might add on to dessert. He's in the conversation. He's in the conversation. Well, here's what I'm going to ask you. And here's what I'm going to say. This is Jay Foreman, After Game Show. You almost have to start him next week.
Well, I guess to that point, how much do those 2 wins?
It doesn't matter.
They don't. Okay. Because I think a lot of people are going to sit there this week and say, well, Heinrich Harburg's 2-0, Jeff Sims is 0-2. You need to start Heinrich Harburg.
It's going to be the talk all week long.
Yeah.
And I don't even need to go there. You want to know why I think you got to start him? Because you just started him the last 2 weeks. It doesn't matter if you went 1-1 the last 2 weeks. Jeff Sims ain't played in going on 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Heinrich Harburg, the knife is sharpened. He has to start next week. That's all there is to it. You essentially, by starting him today, now granted, I don't know Jeff Sims' fully healthy or what health, whether he's fully healthy or he's healthy enough to practice, but he's not up to full speed. But by starting him today and making that decision, you have essentially started him. Now, if he came out and played like straight garbage, then he ain't playing. But the fact that he ran for so many yards, was somewhat efficient in passing, it wasn't his best day, but it's decent enough because you have so many easy drops in there. You got to start him next week.
To that point, Matt Rule commented not only on Jeff Sims, but also why Harburg came out.
Yeah,
you'll remember that
Austin said he listened, and let's see what he said.
So you'll remember that Chubba Purdy came in and relieved Heinrich Karberg, the very first offensive play for Nebraska out of that lightning delay. So first up, let's hear from Matt Rule on why Sims didn't play or didn't see a reason to play Jeff Sims.
Jeff was probably was able to go, but limited in terms of what he can do in terms of the ability to run the football. He did come in for one play, Heinrich signaling. He's got Chubba's signaling, so to find his helmet. Jeff went in at the end. I think Jeff was probably tight there, just his ankle, just after being out there all day. Didn't see the use of having him go re-injure that. But I think Jeff's an excellent player. He played 2 really tough teams on the road, and I thought, a lot of things that happened, everyone's just going to lump on him. Some of those things weren't his fault. So we're going to get them all ready to play and play the guy that we think gives us the best chance to win.
So with that, let's piggyback with this one on why Heinrich Harburg left the game and Chubba Purdy came in after the weather delay.
Yeah, no, when we came back in, he got wrapped. I think he felt something. He felt tight, and I think he was maybe cramping a little bit at the end. So, we went to Chubba there to finish the game out. So I think had we not had it finished, just when he came in, he just tightened up.
Yeah, I understand that. First and foremost, when you look at we talked about Jeff Sims was good enough to do some things at practice, right? But was he at a high enough health-wise percentage to go out there and be the best version or close to the best version of himself within this offense, which is obviously going to be heavy quarterback run, right? When he mentions like we didn't feel like that he could run the ball effectively, that lets you know the quarterback run game ain't going nowhere. So, then I like that because you're going to protect the player from himself, but then also give him a chance to heal. So, you're going to have to go back to him eventually. And then, with the Heinrich Harburg, listen, my man was breaking. He looked like Forrest Gump out there sometimes when he was running. He has every right to cramp up a little bit. It got a little humid. He cramped up or got a little tight. So you put Chuba in there and you expect Chuba to go in there and handle his business. And so it's good to have three quarterbacks. They've said it all along. They all feel like they can win in certain ways with them. But obviously the way the season's gone, we're about to see. And now we're about to see, and we got Joey B on the line. Joey B, what's happening?
What's going on?
What's on your mind?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, man.
Just kind of curious to know about our offensive line. We've had the same head line coach for 4 years, 2 or 3 different quarterbacks. One leaves and goes to K-State and does real well because he's got somebody blocking for him. And I mean, our kids keep running for their life with this line, and we keep playing the same guys, and they keep missing guys. I'm not sure they know how to block. What do you guys think?
Well, I'll say this before Jay.
I hear you, Joey. Joey said he kept it real, though.
Yeah, before Jay gets into the deep analysis of it, I think quarterback run is part of it. Like we look at these as scrambles and as quarterbacks trying to escape this pressure.
It's part of the game.
I think that's part of the game plan.
If it's not there, run it. Yeah,
yep,
it's
exactly.
definitely there. But I mean, Joey is right. I call him Joey. If you're still, I know you're still listening. Always look at it where Nebraska's offensive line is the ceiling and the floor is the percentage of direct access plays that they allow the defense to have in the run game and pass game. And what I mean by that is you either whiff on a guy or you miss a combo block and a defender can have easy access, play side or backside, or obviously pass rush. That's been their Achilles heel. I do think at times they've done a good job of getting on guys and finding guys. Where they need to be better at, and this has come from, working with each other, is to find details on when to come off of double team blocks up to the second level, but then also eliminating the easy or direct access plays. And let's just say, for instance, Joey and Nick and whoever is listening, that just say over a game, right? Let's just say there's 8, right? 2 a quarter, which is a realistic estimation number, right? Doesn't matter if it's run or pass. Direct access to wherever the play is designed to go. If there's 8, if you cut that down to 4, you score 10 to 14 more points. And then if you don't score 10 to 14 more points, you're taking anywhere from 3 to 10 points away from your opponent because you're not behind the chains. Number one, as much. That's half the time. Number 2, you're ahead of the chains, but then also you're able to control the field possession game as well. Right. So then, therefore, if you can back them up, get them to punt, 2 first downs, field goal, back them up, get them to punt, 2 first downs, take a shot, touchdown, penalty, so forth and so on. So those direct access plays are probably what's frustrating to Joey, frustrating to me, frustrating you, and also frustrating to the coaches because it's not that the coaches are coaching them to say, hey, that dude's lined up in the A gap between the guard and the center. Don't block him and let's see how this works. And really, to be honest with you, some of Adrian Martinez's phenomenal plays have been coming because he was so good at making guys miss. At those direct access plays are the ones. Casey Thompson over there last year against Northwestern in Ireland, running around direct access plays, not once but twice on one single play, throws to the IGC, then the offense gets rolling. We need to get rid of the direct access plays or the percentage of direct access plays. And that's controllable, not only knowing what you need to do, but then also guesstimating and anticipating what you need to do and just doing the technique that you've done 50, 60% or 56 plays before. How are you not blocking the guy and he's right in front of you?
Yeah, one thing I did want to just clarify, Donovan Raiola, only his second year with the program.
Right.
Greg Austin was here for the years before that. Then Donovan Raiola was brought in by Scott Frost and at the beginning of 2022, and then he was actually retained by Matt Rule prior to this season. So just wanted to clarify that point.
And I think that his mentality and stuff has been, put into the offensive line, and that's where you've seen they've done a better job of, getting on guys. But what you need to do individually take the coaching out of it, do your job even better.
Yeah.
That's an individual choice. Now, I will say this is when he came in as a coach last year before Rule got it, he wasn't allowed to go out there and recruit. So he had to deal with this is what you got. You're the head coach. Congratulations. Okay, let me make it, right? So then he does that. He's able to bring some of these guys in. He gets Ben Scott and a couple other guys. They've done a better job of getting on guys, but what they need to get better at is the fine fundamentals and techniques, and then also the mentality, though. A coach, there's not a coach out there can give you a rah-rah speech to get you to go out there in the second or third series, to have, your butt puckered up tight and play with some urgency.
Yeah.
That's a want to thing.
Well, and on that note, I mean, Jay, you and I went deep into that conversation at the start of this during the weather delay, because if you were just now joining us or joined us at the end of the actual Husker game, we joined and started this thing during the weather delay and had a pretty intense conversation regarding the offensive line and that the mentality, the urgency. For the offensive line. So if you missed any of that after all of our post-game coverage is done this evening, make sure you go back and check out that segment and the rest of the post-game show that you guys may have missed. We got about 5 minutes left until we turn it over to the top of the hour. Let's hear a little bit from Heinrich Karberg as the starting quarterback
talking about
before we wrap this one up. Here's just Heinrich Karberg on his overall thoughts on his performance tonight.
Yeah, obviously there's always stuff to improve on. But I really hope, for me, I want to be confident in myself, but I also want my teammates to be confident in me. And so I hope they look at me and they see someone who went out there and battled to the end. I want those guys to, look at me as I'm going to have their backs all the way. So that's really all I want to do.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, he goes out there and plays hard. I mean, he's going to give you everything he got, and that's what you want. I mean, he's taking advantage of the opportunity, and you can't expect him to be a seasoned quarterback when essentially he hasn't played a meaningful game since high school in a state championship, I think, in a C2 state championship for Kearney Catholic. And it's been quite some time. So for him to get the opportunity, first of all, to battle, to be honest with you, I feel very confident that Whipple, he wasn't Whipple's guy. Whipple didn't really coach him. And he could have very easily just tapped out and said, I'm out of here.
Mm-hmm.
He took advantage of the opportunity, whether big, small, or indifferent, that Matt Rule and the coaching staff had laid out for anybody on the team, and ran with it. And you saw it very early in spring. You saw it very, very early actually coming out of winter conditioning. And he's continued to progress to the point that where they feel comfortable enough for him to start the last two games. And he's done some good things, and especially in the quarterback run game. Sure, you'd like them to be, more efficient as a passer. Not really a fan of the sidearm action, right? You like them to be more fundamentally sound. So that falls on Heinrich Karberg and coaches to get him better with that within the offensive system. But it's commendable for him to come in, not have any turnovers, right, on his own, and be very effective in the quarterback run game, but then also from a leadership standpoint by his actions, his effort, his intensity, and going out there and just laying it on the line. That's the guy that you can win with in whatever role he's playing.
I was going to say, this is the second week in a row, really, of once again, if we're talking about the stacking days mentality and putting positive things together and tying them together into a streak, that's something you can say is he's taking care of the football for the most part. He had the one fumble on when the offensive line broke down and he got blitzed from the front side. And he got a fumble inside, but then the defense was able to hold their own and force a field goal. And then today it was one situation where he maybe held onto the ball or got hit as he threw, but he was able to jump on the loose ball, and Nebraska recovered. Speaking of turnovers here, before we get out of here, Jay, I want to flip over to the defensive side, especially from your perspective. Nebraska's defense, they get one turnover towards the end of the game on a tip pass, a ball that probably should have been caught by the Louisiana Tech receiver, but you take those, right, when you get them as a defense, right? Yeah. And you're certainly not going to turn them down or complain. But this defensive performance today, 3 of their top 4 tacklers were defensive backs. Yeah. Omar Brown, Quentin Newsome, Safety. I believe. Yeah. So 3 of the 4.
Yeah, Singleton, Omar Brown, and Isaac Gifford.
Excuse me, not Newsome. Yeah. Newsome, I think, had 4. But nonetheless, your defense unable to get to the quarterback and record a sack. I think they had 4 tackles for loss in today's game.
Yeah.
Where are you at with this defensive performance? Because you got the win,
right?
But I think a lot of people viewed this as a potential, hey, let's show again that this Nebraska defense can stack and continue this dominant effort that we've seen from the first 3 weeks.
I don't view it as like a step back. I think they probably took maybe like a half a step forward. Okay. I think one of the things that, even though they played commendable defense in the first 2 games against Colorado and Minnesota, or Minnesota and Colorado, however you want to look at it, third down percentage wasn't very good. I think they got better at that. Obviously, 3 of 12,
exactly,
25%.
Good point.
Neither team that we played against the last 2 weeks are really a run team, but they played well against a running team in Minnesota. So that's commendable. Obviously and then I think a little bit of the Colorado sack stats is a little bit misleading. Obviously, their offensive line, if you got to take a glimpse at it today, is horrible. But the way that their passing game was set up to play against Nebraska, you'll get more opportunities because it's more of a deep passing game. It's not a quick passing game. Now, not taking anything away from getting to the quarterback, but ideally, we want to be able to, and Tony White will probably say that, you want to be able to get there in your 4-man front, so you're a nickel or dime defense, and be able to get pressure on the quarterback, hits on the quarterback. We didn't get the quarterback, and especially a young freshman quarterback in his first start on the road in Memorial Stadium after a win. We didn't get him off of his spot nearly enough. You know what I'm saying? And that's in straight rush. And if Louisiana Tech's offensive line is that good to where they're able to, block us one-on-one, then more power to them. I feel like as far as rushing the passer, right? This is just my thought. And this is just a snapshot. I haven't been able to go back and watch the game. My thought is no different than the offensive line. I didn't see the sense of urgency to get to the quarterback.
Okay.
Like I've seen before. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I didn't see the second effort to get to the quarterback. Now, that might be a little harsh, right? And again, I'm just going to, put an asterisk by it that I haven't been able to really go back and watch. But just initially watching the game, I've seen them get to the quarterback. And I know Minnesota's offensive line is better than the Louisiana Tech. I know that Minnesota's offensive line is better than Northern Illinois. I don't know if Colorado's is, but I know that they got to the quarterback with more sense of urgency in that first game than I thought today. But, but sometimes those games happen though, Nick. Short passing game kind of gets you kind of off of your timing, and you're kind of anticipating the short passing game. You're getting opportunities, but they're not legitimate opportunities. And you can have a game where you don't get to the quarterback. Well, what happened? The second and third level did a really good job of tackling in space, keeping the third down percentage really low. So I think that the defense took another step forward, and they've positioned themselves to have the expectations, kind of like last year, that you're always going to pack your defense. They're going to be disciplined. They're going to have a lot of hats to the ball. They're going to be able to run multiple fronts and multiple schematic, schemes with different personnel. So really, I think it's just kind of like steady Eddie. You're not going to be able to have 6-7 sacks every single game, but you would like to see more hits on the quarterback, and so would they. So I think that, they keep moving forward, but then also I think this is a good teaching moment for Tony White, to up the ante a little bit.
We got about a minute and a half left here to reiterate something Jay said. Louisiana Tech 3 of 12 on third down attempts today. Their average distance on those third downs, 8.2 yards as well. So it was third. It was not third and manageable. It was third and long. that Nebraska's defense was getting them to have to attempt. All right, Jay, 1 minute left here in at least our portion of the show. You might be sticking around, but next week.
Right.
It's a big one. The biggest one, probably the biggest test you'll face all year long.
They're going to test your manhood.
Michigan.
Yeah, they're going to test your manhood.
What's got to improve the most in your eyes?
The urgency.
There you go.
Everybody. The urgency is starting the game, especially on the offensive line. They need to play a little bit with more urgency. They're going to running back coach walking down the street, man. Where are he going?
There he is, EJ Barthel.
Where's he?
Hey, coach.
Yeah.
Come on in.
You don't drive? But anyway,
Can I get an Uber?
Yeah. Their urgency needs to be there, and they get that going and keep the turnovers low. They'll be in the game as long as they choose to.
There it is. Send us away, Jay.
There it is. We are out. We appreciate everybody. Appreciate the sponsors. Jay Foreman After Game Show. Myself, my man Nick, on the ones and twos. We are out of here. We will holler at you next week.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. The home of Kansas City Royals baseball. KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket.
Accelerate your financial journey. With Kasasa Cash, experience the thrill of earning more with each transaction or the freedom to withdraw your cash from any ATM nationwide. Not to mention, no monthly service fees. It's the power of earning up to 5.5% APY on your Kasasa Cash with Liberty First Credit Union. Earn rewards beginning at a penny, continuing up to $40,000. Visit libertyfirstcu.com for details. Federally insured by NCUA. Liberty First Credit Union. Banking with purpose. Account qualifications apply.
It takes a great game plan to win a football game each week, and right now, it's time to plan a trip to get a new car at Mullen Motors. Just like on the football field, there's a wall of defense on the way to Mullen Motors. 48th Street is under construction from Layton all the way to Cornhusker Highway. But the lot at Mullen Motors is full of tons of great vehicles to drive home this fall for the ultimate touchdown. Mullen Motors, still open through road construction at 48th and Walker.
No taglines, just quality vehicles. Mullen Motors.
If you struggle with joint pain, there's good news. You don't need surgery to get back to full health. South Point Medical and Aesthetics offers breakthrough non-surgical options for treatment of moderate to severe joint pain. Our patients experience little to no downtime from our procedures, and the results are remarkable. They've had 14 years of successful treatments with patients from 35 states because of an effective word-of-mouth traffic. Learn more about how you can get lasting results for joint pain today at southpointmedical.com or call 402-323-8400.
Hi, everyone. Kendall Warnock with A1 Automotive in downtown Lincoln. If you're looking for an automotive repair facility you can genuinely trust, we would be grateful for the opportunity to earn your business repairing your vehicle. We have ASE master technicians and qualified to work on a variety of vehicles from Hondas to Porsches, Jaguars to Toyotas, and Chevrolets to Fords. We pride ourselves on customer service and relationships, and we would be grateful for the opportunity to serve you. Give us a call at 402-477-4660. A1 Automotive, always honest answers.
Get rid of pesky critters once and for all with Bats to Rats. Their expert team is here to help you reclaim your home. No more sleepless nights caused by crawling critters or flapping wings. Bats to Rats ensures a safe environment for every family member. Check the website at batstoRats.com for amazing offers, and if you mention this ad, you'll receive $10 off your initial inspection cost. Don't allow uninvited guests to take over your home. Trust Bats to Rats for a peaceful and rodent-free living space.
Hey, it's Sean Callahan, and football season is here, and there is one place that has all the games, plus great food and beer specials. Tanner's Bar and Grill at 30th and Yankee Hill. Whether it's Thursday night football, college football Saturdays, NFL Sundays, or Monday night football, there's a great view of the game from any seat with different food and drink specials every night. Try the Blue Ribbon Reuben Sandwich or the Prime Rib French Dip or any of their famous chicken wings. That's Tanner's Bar and Grill at 30th and Yankee Hill.
So I switched my insurance to State Farm, and get this. I talked to an actual State Farm agent who lives in my actual town. And get this. My actual agent in my actual town gave me actual help with the coverage I needed. And get this. My actual agent in my actual town who gave me actual help actually knows my name. And get this. They actually say it's called service.
Call your local State Farm agent, Vinny Krekak, at 402-474-1173.
It's game on at Elway Power Sports of Lincoln, and they've scouted out the best Kawasaki side-by-side deals for you. Score up to $2,500 off the 2023 Kawasaki Teryx and up to $1,000 off Mule Pro FX and FXCs. Whether you want to handle the toughest task in a trusted, tried and true mule or looking to dominate adventure in a Teryx, Elway Power Sports of Lincoln has you covered with a large selection of Kawasaki side-by-sides in stock at their new 27th and I-80 location. Hurry in, the clock is running down. Offer valid through 9/30/2023. Subject to change without notice. Offer available on approved purchases of select new unregistered Kawasaki vehicles. Model and year exclusions apply. Cannot be combined with promotional retail financing rates.
Our Remington Homes has really expanded and taken off in the last 5 years.
Bob Benish of Aspen Builders, talking about their exciting new division, Remington Homes, which makes the home building process easier and more affordable.
The exciting thing about a Remington home is you get to choose your floor plan from predetermined floor plans. You can select your options. We give you a lot of choices. By selecting certain floor plans, they're just easier to build. And you couple that with our great lot selection in all different areas. People do not want to be married to their house payment. They want to get a nice house with nice finishes in a great area for an affordable price. And that's what Remington Homes are all about.
Home building is easier with a Remington home from Aspen Builders at 423-6811. Online at remingtonlincoln.com. remingtonlincoln.com.
Belmont Chiropractic and Novotny Nutrition and Wellness specialize in getting rid of people's pain quickly and permanently. For 31 years, they've been extremely successful with advanced techniques in pain relief using spinal adjustments and decompression, detoxification, diet and lifestyle modification, and more. They are fully equipped to handle the most seasonal athlete, weekend warrior, car accidents, strains, sprains, and more. Is there anywhere you're experiencing pain on your body, or are you fighting decreased energy and depression? Consult Belmont Chiropractic and Novotny Nutrition and Wellness first at 402-476-8619.
The dog days of summer are here. Is your yard in need of a touch-up as we head into the fall season? August, September, and October are the months for aeration, and Penner Sprinkler and Lawn is the place to call to get the job done right. If you're noticing any issues with your sprinkler system through the hot summer months, they're always a call away, and they're already scheduling installs for sprinkler systems for next year and all other lawn care needs. Call Penner Sprinkler and Lawn today at 402-413-1215.
It's time for the Jay Foreman Postgame Show.
Here's Troy Detmer dropping straight back in the pocket. Rifles a pass. It was tipped. It's picked off by Foreman. He's at the 15, 10, 5. He'll score.
A look to the left, and he kind of telegraphed it all the way. When the ball was tipped, Foreman's in the right spot.
Sponsored by Tanner's Bar and Grill, Vinny Creekat, Elway Power Sports of Lincoln, and Action Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Electrical.
Here's Fuente dropping back, fires a pass, and it's intercepted by the Huskers at the 25, Jay Foreman. And Foreman takes it down to the 19-yard line of Oklahoma. Another big play by the Black Shirts.
On 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
That was a fresh.
Here we go. More post-game coverage on 93.7 The Ticket. Jay Foreman still in the building. Austin Norman, Jake Bakoven here as well. Blah. This game happened. That's kind of where I'm at with it. It's a win. You don't turn it down. But 28-14, the word I come back to is uninspiring. Offensively, defensively, special teams, not a lot to write home about. Just, it's a game that happened. That's kind of where I'm at with it right now.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a mixed bag. Some things that I can get pretty excited about whenever you run an I formation option. That'll get me going a little bit. But, it's there were a lot of mistakes. This game was too close compared to what it should have been. The weather really kind of, I think, changes the way we feel about it. Nebraska at least kind of got going there and had some momentum up 28-7. The weather delay, Louisiana Tech comes back and scores there with most Nebraska starters out there on defense. So it makes it feel like it maybe was a closer game, but at the same time, it was tied at half at 7. So just a lot to kind of go through here. Again, this seems to be a one-dimensional offense. The high now for Nebraska through 4 games is 158 yards from Heiner Karberg against Northern Illinois, had 107 today. Sims had 114 and 106 respectively in the first 2 games. It's a one-dimensional offense. I think what's intriguing coming out of this is still, I hope that Nebraska can make a bowl game, and they're going to have to go basically win all their coin flip games from here. From what I watched the rest of college football, I think there's some difficult games ahead. Obviously, Michigan the first one, but that's kind of where I come out of it. Still feel like there's a shot at 6-6, but anything, but not guaranteed
right now, right? So we got how many
Yeah.
games left? 8.
8.
Yep.
All right, so you got the schedule over there, right?
Yeah.
All right, I see you got your schedule over there. So I'm gonna put you on it right now since you got you told me in the break that they only gonna win one more game. Let's go over.
Quote.
All right, let's go to the
Yeah.
game. So what Michigan game? Who you think? What you picking?
Oh, Michigan by a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Illinois on a short week after Michigan.
And it's at Illinois. I think, again, that's a 50-50 game. Illinois is not what they were last year.
Right.
I mean, you probably home field advantage might lean toward Illinois, but wouldn't be shocked if Nebraska wins.
So who are you picking?
I'd probably lean toward Illinois at this point.
Okay, so they 2-4. Northwestern and Purdue.
I think they could beat Northwestern. Hudson Card looked okay last night. I watched some of that game.
I disagree.
2
He looked bad.
interceptions. I mean, he
was like
he
hot
can
garbage.
scramble a bit is basically all there is to it. I think they could beat Purdue, especially
So they're
at home.
4-4.
Yeah.
So you right on. So now you just
They're on pace.
Yeah.
50-50. Who's after that?
At Michigan State.
At Michigan
They
State.
struggled today against Maryland.
Okay.
I'd give Nebraska the win there.
Okay. So now they're 5-4.
Yep.
Okay. 5-4. There's 3 games left.
You got
Yes.
Maryland, Wisconsin,
Maryland,
Iowa to go.
Wisconsin, Iowa.
Yeah.
And you 5-4.
Tough to get a win out of that group.
Maryland. You think you're gonna take an L to
No.
Maryland?
Yeah, I think they're going to take an L to Maryland.
Why?
Because I don't think Nebraska is going to score more than 30 points against too many teams. And I think Maryland's offense can get there. I mean, Maryland, the last couple of years, they've done pretty well playing against teams that are equal or to lesser, kind of where they're at.
Right.
So I think Nebraska probably fits the little bit lesser category. And so I think Maryland would win that one.
At home, you think Maryland's gonna be able to come in here during the cold? Now what's the date of that game? November what?
11th.
November 11th. You know it's gonna be chilly.
Yeah.
It's at least gonna be chilly. So you think little TT Tugaluga is gonna come in here and score more than 30 points on us?
We aren't in Hawaii anymore, Talia.
Yeah. I mean, I think so. I think so.
Even with Nebraska's defense, tailor-made for that type of offense.
The problem isn't always Nebraska's defense. It's a little bit of I think you saw a little bit of a chance of more turnovers today. It wasn't awful, but there's some holding calls obviously that held Nebraska back. I don't know. I mean, Maryland, I could see it. Out of the last 3 games, I feel like a chance there. Wisconsin, I don't think Nebraska's beat it. I think Wisconsin's too good.
But doing what?
Well, Ches Malusi got hurt. That doesn't help, but they've done a nice job, and I don't like the long-term idea of moving away from the power football that they run. But this kind of year where you got Longo and his air raid offense meshed with the blend of power they still have on that roster, I just think that that's going to be too much. Mordecai probably. I mean, a lot of this comes down to better quarterbacks. These are if you a lot of time tiebreaker, I feel better with the better quarterback. I think Mordecai would be the best quarterback.
Okay, let's just play devil's advocate. So they're
5-6 going into Iowa.
They're 5-6 going into the Iowa game.
Yeah.
At home.
At home.
Yeah.
And Iowa hasn't done anything after the first 15 plays generally all year. And you got to, and so just say it's the H2 Heinrich Karberg, low turnover Heinrich Karberg. So you're not giving up 10, 15 points to Iowa on turnovers. And against that defense at home, winner take all. You still picking Iowa?
That's a tough game. That's tough.
Nebraska, Iowa, 1st to 14 might be high. Nebraska, Iowa, 1st to 10.
I think that game comes down to like 17-14.
Yeah,
I'd buy it.
Ugly game.
Yeah.
And who knows?
Okay, but it could be an ugly game, but honestly feel better played than this one. That's what I don't get from Nebraska tonight is you still have everything on the line. You win your first one last week. Again, uninspired, but unenthusiastic. I don't know if that was play calling. I don't know if that's the lack of a big like vocal leader to get the guys fired up. What do you think it was, Jay? Why the
I was
flat?
going to ask you guys. I was thinking about like you hear Matt Rule says that we're trying to teach these guys and show them and put them in situations to learn how to win. And sometimes when you're in that I've never been in that situation, but I'm just trying to find a reason, right? So maybe because you don't know how to win, you actually don't know how to step on somebody's throat or not have it be conditional. So essentially, they probably watched Louisiana Tech, and I'm trying to get into their mindset. And they garbage. I watched them the first game, and they're up and down.
They almost lost in a game they allowed 4 passing yards.
Right, and then their starting quarterback is gone.
Yeah, this is not a very good team.
Right, and they're starting as true freshmen, so that could play into somewhat of the effort. Just like last week. You got Lombardi over there. My man could not skip a rock in any pond, any form of water ever.
He would hit the sand on the beach. Wouldn't even get to the water.
Yeah, he can't hit a broadside of a barn. So it's maybe a little bit, hard for those guys to get up for that. But I think where they may, and I'm only playing devil's advocate here because I don't think anything's explanation. I was hoping for the effort and the physicality where they ended against Northern Illinois and kind of the wake up call that they would just pour over into Louisiana Tech, and you'd be like, okay, now I can see the offensive line in particular showing some real urgency, right? Didn't really see that, in my opinion. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the most inspiring performance from the offensive line, but I do think there are some positives to take out of this game, and also to the point of maybe not being ready to go at the beginning. Neither of these teams are good first half teams, right? And so you ended up with a 7-7 score, which obviously not inspiring either. But I mean, that's something that needs to be addressed. Nebraska is just not scoring too much in the first half. Part of that is probably their game plan to wear you down. Right. And eventually we did see that kind of happen. I think there's a few good things that came out of this. Heinrich Karberg, I think, solidified that he's a quality quarterback, at least as far as what's on Nebraska's roster. I don't know if, other teams with more team speed would nullify this, but this is not a big play offense. And they had several big plays today. Right. Now, a few of those were called back with holding.
Sure.
But that was surprising to me.
They're explosive in the run game. Let me ask you this. Bach, in Austin.
Lay it on us. What you got?
I don't want to hear anything else besides what the answer is. Who do you think should start next week?
I think Karberg.
Sims.
What? Okay. Harburg's easy because he won 2, right? And he's more battle tested, essentially recent. Why would you start Jeff Sims?
I would start Jeff Sims because nothing Karberg showed me is something Jeff Sims can't do. I get it, the turnover problem, but Karberg didn't really turn the ball over against 2 teams that aren't known for taking it away. They're not that good. I think the coaching staff chose Jeff Sims. I think they stuck with Heinrich Karberg. I think they want to feel vindicated in him. I think that if Nebraska is going to keep the game plan this simple, you're going to need a game breaker to some degree, right? Heinrich Karberg had those long runs today. I think Jeff Sims can do that against Michigan. I'm not sure Heinrich Karberg can. So I think if you're going to be basic, you're going to be simple, having that explosive element somewhere comes there. Add on to that, I don't like a guy losing his job due to injury. He's got to be under a very close watch. If there's a sign of an issue, then Heinrich Karberg did more than enough to say he deserves to be the next guy up. I still think Jeff Sims gives you the highest ceiling.
And is that predicated on him being 85%? Is it 85% Jeff Sims, your starter, over Heinrich Karberg, I guess close to 100?
Jeff Sims, if he's not at 100%, and it's going to take him getting back to 100% to play, he might be done at Nebraska. That's what I'm going to say. I doubt he's all the way back to 100% ever this season.
Oh, yeah. I mean, during the season, nobody's 100%.
That's what I'm saying. So if Jeff Sims feels like he needs to be 100%, or the coaching staff feels like he needs to be 100%, they will use that ankle. They will use a nick or a bump in practice to say, he's not quite ready yet, as a way to say, well, we wanted to play him, but he was injured. We didn't want to risk it with him. So to me, If he doesn't play, it might be cover for we've lost all faith in him.
It was interesting, too, because he came in for a play when Karberg lost his helmet. Yet when they went later in the game, when they felt like they were just trying to burn the clock out, they went with Purdy. It makes you wonder where Sims was today, because that's just a different situation.
Oh, we know right
so
where
maybe
he was right by the coaches.
Right,
just sitting there.
But I just found that kind of interesting, because if Sims to me
But I
was
said Purdy couldn't find his helmet.
Huh?
And isn't that what he said?
Yeah.
What
he said Chuba was over here. He was signaling plays and couldn't find his helmet in time, so we had to send Jeff.
That's why they put Sims in. Okay,
Yep.
I didn't hear that. Well,
which is funny in a different way.
Yeah, that's not good.
How is your helmet not just between your feet or in your hand?
I don't know, man. I ain't never heard.
How are you
nobody
that not ready?
Well, I would think you put your helmet at the same place every time that you got to sit right. You know where your helmet's at.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's too far.
Comfort.
Yeah.
Especially when you're a play away at any time from going in.
If you have to wear like the orange hat to signal plays in, or the green vest, okay, whatever. Sure, you got to take something else off. But if you're just standing there and doing hand signals, why is your helmet not between your feet? Why are you not carrying it between plays?
They got enough people on that sideline, but they can hold my helmet.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. Hey, you got Matthew and Hickman. They be bringing in Hickman. We're gonna bring Matthew in.
Let's get Matthew.
You know he coming at you, Bach.
Matthew, what you got?
Hey, boys, I appreciate you guys taking my call. Jay, man, everything you guys do at the ticket for the community, and love the new digs downtown, man. It's awesome that you guys are there in the environment on game day. That's hats off to DP and the fam. Anyways, hey, I didn't get a chance to catch any of the game. I've tried my best to stay off Twitter. I always try to catch Jay's post game, though, no matter what.
Good man.
So going into this blind, kind of, right? What can I expect when I get home, when I watch the tape back, Jay? I know that you don't get a chance to watch it until you get home. But what would you say we shined in, and what would you say today we really lacked in? Or is it the same old talk? Did we, run the ball well and then get beat on the air? I don't know. I appreciate everything, man. I'll shut up and listen. Appreciate you guys.
Man, what can he expect? Well, you can expect good running attack. I can tell you that. Third down defense was good. And then I think, you know what my analogy is, Bach? You like Star Wars?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You know when they first, when they came out with the new version of Star Wars?
Yeah.
And, they had the one that you were previous than the original ones that you grew up on?
Yeah.
And the second one, you were like, oh, this is going to be good because the first one that they came out was good.
Yeah.
And you were let down?
Yeah, that's right.
But it still was, it was okay, but you expected it to be
you're
knockout.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Mm.
That's what today was. You
I
showed
can
up.
see that.
You showed up, right? That's a good analogy,
Yeah,
right?
that's a pretty good
It's
analogy.
still Star Wars. You're watching it because it's Star Wars.
It's still Star Wars.
Still
it's
Nebraska
It's still
football.
a victory.
Yeah.
It goes along kind of like the chronological, of whatever it was there, but it just was not exciting. It was, but it had it at all. But it had the characters. You learned more about Obi-Wan Kenobi and all that other stuff, but you didn't really get into the depth of Darth Vader, and you kind of left hanging like, dang, we waited 2 years for this. And we got to wait 2 more years. Disney better get it going. So I think what he's going to watch is probably kind of like last week. You need a little bit more sense of urgency from some players on the offensive line, and then they got it going. And you saw that that first drive after halftime in the last 2 games were good. So that's what you see. And you see, more of Heinrich Karberg, as a runner. I just think that now what we have to come to terms with is that the quarterback run game is a huge part of the offense. Now, how long that can last depends on how many big hits he takes and how well the offensive line blocks it, because it can be a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
And if it opens up the conventional run game, then ideally you would like to think that the play action passes and the short area, passing game, which you saw with Billy Kemp and only him, could be there. Now you need more out of Bullock in Washington. You need some separation. Now I'm going to ask you guys this. Yes, the offense doesn't change. Yes, it's a lesser opponent. But do you think the offense changes as far as being able to play pitch and catch?
with Sims in the
Sims,
game?
yeah.
I think it does. I get it. He threw the interceptions that Karberg didn't, but we saw him make some better throws than I've seen Karberg. The one that hit Bullock on the 3rd and 16 or 17.
Yeah, the one he fit in there where Fedoni was tight covered. That's a good throw.
Again, it's the sliding scale, right? Jeff Sims' highs are higher. I think he has a better arm than Heinrich Karberg does when he's on, but when he's off, it's just as off, if not even further off than Karberg. Well, there's just no explosiveness in the pass game with Karberg there. They take their shots, especially at Tommy Hill, but they're not there. 2 or 3 times, I had no idea who Karberg was throwing the ball to. Like, I couldn't tell you who or where that play was designed to go.
Well, and there are some where you're like, is he throwing that away or did he try to hit that one? Because it's tough to tell.
So I still think you have to ride with the boom or bust element to at least have that threat with Sims in the past.
Does that change your mind, Bach?
No, it doesn't, because like I said,
you're not listening.
Sims so far, his season high is 114 yards passing. I don't think regardless.
But you're playing against better teams.
I get it, but I don't. My point is, I don't think either of them are going to add too much to it, especially with the receivers that they have. As you mentioned, part of it's the receivers' fault too. There's a lot of time there's not a whole lot of separation. A lot of it's the offensive line's fault. There's a lot of pressure on the quarterback. Few times that I did see guys open downfield, Karberg was scrambling for his life. I don't think that's going to change against Michigan. There's I don't know. I think that it's very clear to me, at least, with the amount that they run the quarterback or need to, you're going to need both these quarterbacks, and they're going to both have to kind of be okay with whatever role it is. And if one is kind of the hot hand, then maybe you go with that one. But I don't see a huge degree of separation. But I guess the interesting part, if you do start Sims against Michigan because you think it gives you a better chance, higher upside, like you said, is if it goes awry again. You can't keep going back to, he's playing better competition. At some point, he's got to rise. I mean, because I don't think we've seen the best of Jeff Sims. I don't think he's as comfortable in this offense as he is in Georgia Tech, right? But that's the thing. Georgia Tech he did have some better games there. I think Nebraska fans right now are kind of getting a jaded view of what Jeff Sims is. We haven't seen him play very well in a game yet. So I think that there's still some upside there. But I either way, I don't see the upside in this passing game. I mean, guys, their leading quarterback hasn't thrown for more than 150 yards and technically 158 against Northern Illinois. 8 games left. How many times are they going to throw for over 200 yards?
Even if it's 175 on 65% completion,
yeah,
that's enough to get the job done. We're not asking for fireworks.
Yeah,
we're asking for just like a couple like laser pointers.
You know what I changed? I think they need to start Jeff Sims.
Yes,
let's go.
Yeah, man, I think so, man. Yeah. Look, you can't lose your job to injury. And
Drew Bledsoe did.
Karberg is not Tom Brady.
I'm just saying, it's been done before.
True. That's true. But Bledsoe had a collapsed lung. I think if Jeff Sims is able to go, and I see him athletically be somewhat back to where he's at, I'm not going to have a limp in Jeff Sims because that is just it's just not good.
No,
I'll probably go with him. But his leash is definitely shorter. There is no doubt, and I have no problem telling you that either.
Yeah,
bro. Listen, I know some of the offenses, struggles is not your fault, and it is true. Matt Rule is not lying to you. Look, man, when that dude went in motion, Christmas came and gone before he went. Okay, he just messed up all the flow, twice. So that has nothing to do with Jeff Sims. But the Minnesota game and all that, and you got to give him credit, though. After the Minnesota game, he was working out pretty good. Now, you dropped the fumble on the first snap and don't go get it. But he was hitting some guys on some passes, and they were on time, and Billy Kemp was getting targeted. And they were walking the ball up and down the field against Colorado. You got to think. You have the turnover. Now, you got to think about this. Right? You have the turnover in the first series, when essentially they just drove it all the way down there.
Mm-hmm.
Get the ball back, drive all the way down there again. I think they had a penalty or two, and you missed the field goal again. That ain't got nothing to do with Jeff Sims.
Not a thing.
On the road in a hornet's nest. Right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That ain't got nothing to do with the quarterback. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but there was plenty in that game that did.
Yeah.
Are you excited by the offense with Karberg?
Yeah, he is. Look at him.
Excited. I told you guys that I formation option. Absolutely. I mean, that's what I love.
Is this an offense that can score more than 23 points a game consistently?
No. But that's what I want to ask you kind of with that. I don't know if Louisiana Tech prepared for I formation option. Do you think if Michigan scouts it at all? I mean, because they did not. They just were not going. They weren't even making Karberg pitch today.
You ain't listen. As a defense, you ain't worried about that.
Why not?
Because they got speed. They're gonna chase that down, and that ain't gonna get you beat.
He's not gonna get 70-yard runs.
What gets you beat is giving up explosive plays and miscommunication and bust on defense. But Nebraska, as far as where they're at, they gotta put the guys in the best advantageous position to keep Michigan off balance, and then be able to get back to what they want to do: conventional run game. Very, very detailed and thought of quarterback run game. Just lining up and trying to run the quarterback, that ain't gonna work.
Yeah.
First of all, their defensive line is too good. Okay, we saw.
Second of all, their linebackers are too good. Third of all, their defensive backs are too good.
So it's just not gonna happen. But then it's not just what the offense does; it's what the defense does in the special teams. So you got to need all three to go. But offensively, the short area pass game to keep them off you, to get that press coverage off of. Because if I'm Michigan, I don't care who's playing quarterback. We're playing cover one all day long, mano a mano. Until you get me off you, and there ain't there is no space. I'm press coveraging and I'm making you beat us through the air. So in order to do that, you're going to have to do right. You're going to have to be better at your motions. You're going to have to be able to flip the formation. You're going to have to run some crossing routes to kind of create that separation, a la kind of Colorado State against Colorado last week. And Oregon did it to which right. And if they're in the zone, you got to do that. You have got to put your guys into where Michigan's in a chase position, or get a step on a linebacker. Then you can get your explosive plays off of there. And then you might have to tailor your yardage mark on what is an explosive play. So usually it's over 20 yards. It might have to be 15 yards because of the way that you have to play offense. But you have to stay on time and on schedule, low penalties and high execution. Now, Jeff Sims might give you probably the best. That dude looked like he hammered.
He might be.
That Jeff Sims gives you the best chance at that. But you also have to understand that if you start Jeff Sims, I think Heinrich Harburg still plays.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if Jeff Sims is healthy and you start Harburg, Jeff Sims plays.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at this point, it's week to week. It's actually day to day, practice to practice. Heck, it might be series to series. It really is. But the hardest thing which is going to keep the coaches up, offensive coaches up all night, is trying to figure out. And I want to ask you guys this, and leave you with this. Marcus Satterfield, South Carolina, it took him about 4 or 5 weeks to get started. Do you envision that with here, where I know you're saying that we can't score 20 points a game, but Purdue ain't stopped the nosebleed, Bach. Okay.
All right.
Illinois hasn't either this year.
Northwestern.
Hey, let Ryan Walters get that defense going.
Yeah, but that's not happening this year. Northwestern right now is down 24-7 to the goal.
Yeah.
You're trying to tell me, and then Maryland, they had to score 42 unanswered points against Virginia to win. And you trying to tell me that Nebraska can't beat Maryland at home? Iowa, they ain't scored. First of all, Iowa's playing keep away. You know who the number one receiver is?
Cooper DeJean.
Iowa, their number one receiver is. You know who that is?
Uh-uh.
It was Lachey, their tight end. Guess where he's at?
He's out for the season.
He's out for the season.
Yeah.
So K McNamara. So you trying to say Nebraska can't win?
I'm not saying they can't win. I'm saying I think it's going to be hard for them to get to 30 points, almost against anybody. Maybe Northwestern's an exception.
But the Big Ten isn't a scoring league, though.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what helps them.
Big Ten
part
West
of it is
isn't.
they've got the Big Ten West schedule in front of them. Next couple of years, that's gonna. I mean, they've got to actually be a good team. They can't just play other teams that don't score very much and have close games. So I think it's going to get more difficult. But I'm the one that came in here and said I think they might be able to go to 6-6. Somehow I turned into the bad guy. I think that's still nice.
Yeah, 6-6 is more than nice.
Yeah.
That's where
it's optimistic.
Yeah, well, if they do it, that's great.
Well, after last week's game, we were saying, 6-6, you can definitely see a path to that. Now, after Louisiana Tech, it kind of feels like you're lucky to get to 6-6 with the way the offense performed and even the defense. We should probably take a break. Let's grade the defense. We've talked a lot of offense. Let's talk about the defense a little bit when we get back here on the Jay Foreman Postgame Show.
Belmont Chiropractic and Novotny Nutrition and Wellness specialize in getting rid of people's pain quickly and permanently. For 31 years, they've been extremely successful with advanced techniques in pain relief using spinal adjustments and decompression, detoxification, diet and lifestyle modification, and more. They are fully equipped to handle the most seasonal athlete, weekend warrior, car accidents, strains, sprains, and more. Is there anywhere you're experiencing pain on your body, or are you fighting decreased energy and depression? Consult Belmont Chiropractic and Novotny Nutrition and Wellness first at 402-476-8619.
Accelerate your financial journey. With Kasasa Cash, experience the thrill of earning more with each transaction or the freedom to withdraw your cash from any ATM nationwide. Not to mention, no monthly service fees. It's the power of earning up to 5.5% APY on your Kasasa Cash with Liberty First Credit Union. Earn rewards beginning at a penny, continuing up to $40,000. Visit libertyfirstcu.com for details. Federally insured by NCUA. Liberty First Credit Union. Banking with purpose. Account qualifications apply.
It takes a great game plan to win a football game each week, and right now, it's time to plan a trip to get a new car at Mullen Motors. Just like on the football field, there's a wall of defense on the way to Mullen Motors. 48th Street is under construction from Layton all the way to Cornhusker Highway. But the lot at Mullen Motors is full of tons of great vehicles to drive home this fall for the ultimate touchdown. Mullen Motors, still open through road construction at 48th and Walker.
No taglines, just quality vehicles. Mullen Motors.
Our Remington Homes has really expanded and taken off in the last 5 years.
Bob Benish of Aspen Builders, talking about their exciting new division, Remington Homes, which makes the home building process easier and more affordable.
The exciting thing about a Remington home is you get to choose your floor plan from predetermined floor plans. You can select your options. We give you a lot of choices. By selecting certain floor plans, they're just easier to build. And you couple that with our great lot selection in all different areas. People do not want to be married to their house payment. They want to get a nice house with nice finishes in a great area for an affordable price. And that's what Remington Homes are all about.
Home building is easier with a Remington home from Aspen Builders at 423-6811. Online at remingtonlincoln.com. remingtonlincoln.com.
Alexa, play 93.7 The Ticket.
Okay, playing 93.7 The Ticket.
Alexa, turn down the lights.
Dimming the lights.
Alexa, order a pizza. The big one. All the toppings.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
Alexa.
That's a lot of pizza for just one man.
Alexa, just do it. Stop judging me, just do it.
As you wish.
Thanks, Alexa. You're my best friend.
If you're not going to Memorial Stadium for a home game and don't have any travel plans for away games, there's a great place in Omaha to catch the action, the Inner Rail Food Hall. There's plenty of space. The Backstretch Bar has amazing game specials on game days. $15 Blue Moon and Bud Light pitchers, $6 margaritas, and $6 Moscow Mules. And if you're hungry, take in some of their great options from their game day pizza specials. Do football game day right in the Inner Rail Food Hall in Exarban Village in Omaha.
Hey, it's Sean Callahan, and football season is here, and there is one place that has all the games, plus great food and beer specials. Tanner's Bar and Grill at 30th and Yankee Hill. Whether it's Thursday night football, college football Saturdays, NFL Sundays, or Monday night football, there's a great view of the game from any seat with different food and drink specials every night. Try the Blue Ribbon Reuben sandwich or the prime rib French dip or any of their famous chicken wings. That's Tanner's Bar and Grill at 30th and Yankee Hill.
So, I just got the State Farm Personal Price Plan on my car insurance.
So you told your agent you play the bagpipes for your dog?
What? No, I didn't get that personal. My agent just helped me create an affordable price just for me. Okay, let me show you what I've been working on. Hey, Buster!
Call your local State Farm agent, Vinny Krekak, at 402-474-1173.
Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
The dog days of summer are here. Is your yard in need of a touch-up as we head into the fall season? August, September, and October are the months for aeration, and Penner Sprinkler and Lawn is the place to call to get the job done right. If you're noticing any issues with your sprinkler system through the hot summer months, they're always a call away, and they're already scheduling installs for sprinkler systems for next year and all other lawn care needs. Call Penner Sprinkler and Lawn today at 402-413-1215.
Tune in to 93.7 The Ticket as soon as the clock hits 0 for the Jay Foreman Postgame Show. Listen to expert analysis from the Husker Hall of Famer, an 8-year NFL veteran, for 90 minutes after the game. The Jay Foreman Postgame Show, sponsored by Tanner's Bar and Grill, Vinny Krekak, and Action Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Electrical on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Hey, it's Sean Callahan, and football season is here, and there is one place that has all the games, plus great food and beer specials. Tanner's Bar and Grill at 30th and Yankee Hill. Whether it's Thursday night football, college football Saturdays, NFL Sundays, or Monday night football, there's a great view of the game from any seat with different food and drink specials every night. Try the Blue Ribbon Reuben Sandwich or the Prime Rib French Dip or any of their famous chicken dips. That's Tanner's Bar and Grill at 30th and Yankee Hill.
Jay Foreman Postgame Show, sponsored by Tanner's Bar and Grill, Vinny Krekak, Elway Power Sports of Lincoln, and Action Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Electrical on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
We're back, Jay Foreman Post-Game Show. I'm Austin Norman, Jay Foreman in the middle, Jake Bachhoven on the far side. Talked a lot of offense. We got defensive guy in the room here.
Yeah, man. I'm going to hit you up with the defense before I get up out of here. Let DP take over. Defense was I think they were okay.
Letter grade or 1 to 7 scale? How you going?
I'll go letter grade. I'd say they probably a C plus a B. If that, I don't think they were bad. I don't think they were overly good, but I think, look, they did some good things right here where their third down percentage was good. They had them backed up third in like more than 5 or 6 plenty of times. They tackled well in space except for that one touchdown. You know what I mean? The only bad thing I could say is that in their 4-man rush, they didn't get as much pressure as I'd like to see them get pressure. And some of that is dictated by the offensive scheme, which is a quick passing game. And then also also where, you're coming out of the rain delay or whatever, and you're a little tight and it's kind of hard to get your motor going again in that situation. Louisiana Tech's not really a run team. I think also that they didn't really show much as far as blitzes, which you didn't have to. And but I also think that where they did, I think the defensive backs played well. I felt like every single one of them played well. The starters, so all 5 of them, let's just say, Gifford, Singleton, Brown, Hartzog, and obviously Newsom. I felt like they all made plays. I felt like the coverage down the field was good. I think the one play where he made a miraculous, or where he beat Singleton, that looked like maybe a bust because he got up on that safety quick.
Singleton is not meant to be running like that.
Well, I mean, he just looked like he was gone. I mean, he got up on them quick. He was that ball was thrown before he came out of his break. So I don't know what the coverage was, but I think overall they did okay. It was an average performance for them, and that's a good thing, right? And I think it's a good thing because the standard that they've played to, as far as execution, has been so much higher than originally thought. And then also, again, via the Minnesota game, they showed you what they're capable of. And it's not just because Minnesota had a new quarterback or they weren't as good as Minnesota teams in the past. What they showed you was they were able to be physical against the run. They were able to tackle better in space. They looked like they were a better tackling team. They looked more physical. They were able to play different players and different personnels and different groupings and run different schematic fronts and coverages. And you had to do it again against Colorado, and the defense kept you in the game, 3.5, 3 3/4 of the game. I don't know when it kind of went out because it was 6 minutes left. It was 13-7.
Yeah.
In the third quarter.
In the third quarter. So you're in it for 39 minutes.
Right. So
two-thirds
and even when it's 20-7, right? And then you did some really good things against Northern Illinois, and I felt like this game here was a little different. But I think also there was some circumstantial stuff. So, I think it's going to be a big test next week for them. I think they're going to have to really carry the water pail up the side of the hill for a long periods of time. They got to start fast. They got to get better at some of the things they didn't do well. I just would like to see the pass rush a little bit better, but also I know from a defensive standpoint, sacks are sometimes a byproduct of the scheme that you're going against and the situation in the game. And teams can be more conservative when Nebraska's offense isn't scoring. So then you're not going to get as many chances. So So I think there's a little bit of that in there, but it's not just sacks. I'd like to see more hits on the quarterback, getting him off the spot. He looked a little bit too comfortable. I felt like,
especially for a true freshman.
right? You want to punish him, right? So I mean, I think that, look, grading the defense hard is great. It's a good thing. Versus knowing the defense is just horrible, so you got to think of like any glimpse of success. You know what I'm saying, Bach? I think the defense has been a bright spot.
Oh yeah.
I think the defense originally that people thought like we don't have the personnel to run a defense. We thought we were real thin on the defensive line. I felt like they've been a very good, bright spot so far. Multiple guys and getting plays and positive plays out of a lot of guys that hadn't before. You've been mixing in a lot of young guys. Cam Linhart didn't play this week, so maybe they're trying to hold him out, which you can appreciate that. I'm sure he probably felt he wanted to play, but you got to do what's best for him and the team long term. You got Van Poppel in there. You have some young guys in there, and you're getting a lot of getting some plays out of Jamari Butler. You're seeing MJ Sherman up a little bit more. You're seeing Chief Borders kind of finally get out there and play. Luke Reimer was in street clothes, so that means Bullock and Nick Heinrich had to step up. So,
I think Michigan's a Henrich game.
Well,
I think that's more his style.
Yeah, it's a downhill run game. It's a downhill run game. But I like, if our safeties and rovers are tackling well, they got to continue to do it. But then also we got to be able to, set the tone, physically at the point of attack. And, it's going to be a big challenge for them. And Michigan's going to test you as much physically as it is mentally. It's like, this is where people mistake physical football. Everybody's physical in a sense of it, but where people get worn down is that you have to do the same hard job over and over and over with no guarantee that you're going to make the play. And then a lot of guys just tap out, and then that's where the big runs go. And they're like, "Oops, I wish I would have stayed in that gap that one play." Well, that's what they're on scholarship for. As soon as you make a mistake, they hit it. And I learned early in my first mini camp in the pros, you make one mistake, they'll hit the head on the goalpost. So that's what the mentality is going to test their mentality. And it's going to be interesting to see if they're going to be able to answer it. But you can't put your defense in the type of situation that you did against Colorado, because they will wear you down and then they will bludgeon you and they will embarrass you. So this is a gut check week.
Yeah, it really, I think this is the measuring stick week too, usually. And this hasn't gone well. You're talking about the best opponents that Nebraska's first-year coaches have played. Even Bo Pelini got bludgeoned against Oklahoma. And part of that's the first-year coach. A lot of time that's going to happen. But it is a measuring stick game. And so, you can't go into any game. I don't know if you guys heard Kenny Dillingham, the Arizona State coach, go off about how you can't go into any game thinking about that you're going to lose. You have to think you're going to win. And I think they're at least at a point on defense where they will probably think they can hang with Michigan. And now whether they could do that or not, like you said, it's probably a lot of it's going to depend on the situation they're put in with their offense. And if their offense can stay, away from the turnovers. If you have, Buschini, that's one player that played really well today. Yeah. If he can have a similar game next week, that will certainly
keep giving you chances. Turn the field over. You got to think Rutgers went into halftime with Michigan, the return of Mr. Khaki, Jim Harbaugh, 7-7. I'd like to
Michigan hasn't dominated.
They have not. They've been consistent. They have not been as dominant or explosive as they were last year. And I think
McCarthy will give it to you.
Yeah, McCarthy will give it. He just threw 3 interceptions a couple weeks ago. I think Nebraska defensively, as of what I've seen right now, can hang in there. I think what's going to dictate it is, can we gain an advantage special teams wise? And then can our offense muster up some points? And I don't think Michigan's defense is so vaunted that we're like, all right, Nebraska's going to have 80 yards of offense. I'd be disappointed. I don't care who plays quarterback.
That'd be tough.
You have got to find ways schematically and then also physically to move the ball and score points, period. That's what the game,
that's why you're out there.
Yeah, well, yeah. And it's not like these guys, like the majority of these guys played against Michigan last year. They left some points out there. Was Michigan better than them last year? Yeah, sure. They were at home. But you can't go into a game thinking that we're going to lose. It's like, if that's the case, you ever seen that thing when Muhammad Ali was about to fight George Foreman?
Mm-hmm.
And he told everybody, you guys look like you guys are, going to a funeral. How are you guys supposed to support me? And I got to go fight him. Well, if you show up, oh man, kind of like, let's get through this game. You get nothing out of it.
Yeah.
I bet that fight goes different if it's against Chuck Foreman, though.
Oh man,
Give me Chuck all day.
Muhammad Ali would knock my dad's head off, man.
Nah,
I throw it
nah,
away.
give me Chuck.
Not in the street fight. Not in the street fight. I think my dad would be able to boxing match. Muhammad Ali would knock my dad's eye. But listen though, if you show up to a game thinking we're just gonna get through the game, you have defeated the purpose and be frank, have disrespected the game of football. But you defeated the purpose of playing the game. And this is me and Austin coach basketball, and it's no different than football. There's been times that you go is like, man, we're playing a really good team. And you know what? We got to play excellent to be in the game at the end. But if you show up with, all right, we're just going to let them beat us, you get nothing out of it because you can't even measure yourself where you're at. That's the hardest thing about sports. You could work hard, do everything, and there's no guarantee you're going to win. But if you show up with a loser's mentality, you lose twice.
Do you think there's a challenge in that? I mean, especially next week with where this team is, at least the side of the football. And I'm sure you've been on some teams like this where it's very much obvious to everybody that watches or is on the team that the defense is better.
Yeah.
So the offense, like you said, they can't go into it thinking, we're just here not to get embarrassed or whatever. But at the same time, like their coaches are schematically, trying to lean on the defense and just making sure. Yeah.
I mean, heck, I was with the Houston Texans when David Carr was the quarterback, and kind of like that, they didn't have an offensive line around him. And I was talking about it when we were in old school, where we won a game up in Pittsburgh, and this is when Pittsburgh was really rolling.
Oh yeah,
and we had like 30 yards of offense.
Jeez,
but we scored 3 times on defense, and we played 100 and something plays.
My goodness.
So the challenge was, can we answer the bell? We had to hit Jerome Bettis. We had to set the tone early. And then we forced them into playing one-handed, and we had Aaron Glenn and Marcus. When it was on. And then the longer the game went, the less physical they became. So really, you have to challenge yourself, and really, you need to have the mentality as, okay, you guys are number 2. Show me, and making them show you isn't just rolling over and laying down and taking it. Show me repeatedly that you're better than me. And I can guarantee you, if you have that show me type of mentality, it will be a lot different. You be like, oh, well, they're good, but they're not, we can make some plays against them. Now, that's the only way you're going to be able to measure yourself against the best. I mean, look, man, when you looked over there and seen Larry Allen over there, and if you had any fear, you're going to end up on his highlight tape.
Yeah.
Straight up. So, like, and that's the way they have to do it. Everybody's went into games and knowing that the odds are stacked against you. Just think of the basketball when the Bulls were rolling. Yeah, but they got beat 10 times, right? There's 10 teams that beat them or whatever their record was. There's teams that went into national championship and they got beat. It's got to be a collective. You got to believe it first, and then you got to go out there and physically do it. And they're I would tell them, like, they're just men.
Yeah.
He's just a man. You know what I mean? They ain't Superman out there. You know what I'm saying? They're a good team. They don't have 22 starters that are all going to be drafted. Well, maybe Michigan, but Michigan, they do got a lot of dudes that might get drafted. But
they're still just men.
But
they're still just college dudes too.
Right. They got weaknesses. They
Find
do.
them.
Find them.
Go get them.
I mean, I would ask the team this: if you watch the Rutgers game, do you think Michigan wanted to go and they went into halftime 7-7 against Rutgers?
They were tight.
If you can do it for a half, why can't you do it for 4 quarters? Now, Michigan's going to make adjustments, but that doesn't mean that you can't compete at that level. So I think this is a mentality check, and the coaches are going to have to do a lot of pushing it. And I think a lot of times with coaching these days, if you don't have coaches that are demanding and pushing you to do more in these type of games, and of course you got to encourage them, right? But you also, it's kind of like the analogy is, okay, you've been to swim lessons. Let's see what those swim lessons are. We're going to just throw you in the deep end, right?
Uh-oh.
You know how to swim, right?
Yeah.
But you got to
tell me you know how to swim,
right? But you showed me at times in practice. I got to take you, throw you in there. Now I'm gonna be here with you to encourage you, but you can't just say, okay, well, it's the deep end, and I'm only 8 years old, so I'm not gonna go.
And I'm scared, and I don't want to.
Right? You got to push them out there, and then they got to learn. You're gonna get your butt kicked. There ain't a football player alive that ain't got. This is one thing I did learn as a young football player, and particularly in the NFL. And Thurman Thomas told me this. And I'm telling you, Bach, we played the St. Louis Rams in a preseason game, and I have never been hit so hard. I still don't know who this dude is. Okay. And we're playing. This is when they have Marshall Falk and them, and we out there wolfing. Me and my man Rayon, and we giving him the business. Hey, Bach, I'm making tackles. Rayon, he's making pass breakups. We dancing out. We doing our thing. And I ran like a fire zone blitz in this line, and you know what happened? Bryce Fisher didn't go. He didn't blitz. Right?
Yeah. Left you on an island.
So guess what the tackle did? Say, okay, I'm going to hit this dude. So, the first thing that hit the turf box, okay, that was one of the TWA zone, was the side of the pad right in the back. I was like horizontal.
Yeah.
And I got up and like, who the hell hit? You know what I'm saying?
Where'd they come from?
Right? So the moral of the story is Thurman Thomas, I came to start, he was like, dang, you got hit, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah. I was like, I don't know who it was. He was like, this is number 79. I chased 79 for the last quarter. I couldn't get him.
Seeing red.
And he told my locker was right next to him. He said, look, man, in this game of football, you play long enough and you play hard enough, you're going to get got. You're going to get your butt kicked. And that's the bottom. He's like, if you don't get your butt kicked, that means you haven't been playing hard enough.
Or hard enough competition.
That too. But generally in this game, there's competitions out there. If you don't play hard enough, if you're not playing hard, you're going to get. I saw Will Shields flatback Ray Lewis on national TV on Monday Night Football while Ray Lewis was mic'd up and talked junk to him repeatedly. He was bleeding and everything like that. I seen Ray Lewis punk out Eddie George, and Eddie George it just happens.
Yeah.
So why would you show up against Michigan and not make them? I would try to give them the business. You ain't got nothing to lose. Who in the world thinks that Nebraska gonna beat Michigan? Nobody.
Hopefully a few in that locker room, but other than that.
No, I'm saying the people that are
on
out
the
there,
outside.
right?
Yeah,
Nobody, right?
Nobody's gonna pick that.
So I'm just giving you straight work. I'm talking junk, and I'm just giving you a headache. Because what else you got to lose, right?
Yeah.
So that's got to be led by the defense. But I'm gonna ask you guys this though before we break though, because I've been on a team where that offense was garbage. I knew when I pulled up to even when we played Detroit when they had Joey Harrington, if we didn't hold them under 17 points, we was losing. Right?
Yeah.
Right? That's it. In any defense in the league, you hold them under 17 points. You like one of the best in the league. And we couldn't score no points. Now the only regret is like sometimes you gotta call them out.
Yeah.
Are you okay with that?
Calling out your offense?
I would.
Yeah.
At this point,
on the sidelines?
Don't matter where it's at.
Yeah.
I'll call you on the phone, call you up I could do it at the locker room, or I do it on the sideline. I'm not embarrassing you, but I'm saying, look, I need some more.
Yeah. Yeah, but where do you start? Who do you go to?
Who cares?
On the offense?
Who's playing? You got 11 guys on the field.
Yeah. Hey, Bach, when you that mad, trust me. When you that mad, it don't matter. It could
you want
be
them all to hear it.
It could be the practice squad quarterback. He getting the business. It could be who's the 14th quarterback.
I get
Jack
Luke Longville. Luke Longville.
Hey,
Luke, get your butt over here. That's what I'm saying to you.
I'll be talking to him, making sure he delivered the message to everybody else. It don't matter who it is. I'm giving you straight to business. Score some points, and
else,
right? And trust me, offensive guys will do that to you. That's the way it is.
Oh yeah.
If you don't think that, like Tommy Frazier and them, when the defense one telling you to tighten up, man, that's the worst thing that you want. Is you got an offensive dude telling you need to tighten up. It's the way it is.
Yeah.
And it's out of love and out of what you want and being a competitor. It's not personal. It's only personally, it's only personal how you playing.
Mm.
Know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There you have it. Jay
There
Foreman.
it is, man.
Jake Baco.
I need some tea.
Go get you some.
Go do it. I'm like a vocalist, man. I've been talking all day.
That's right.
I've been singing. You know what I'm saying?
And you're back at it again here.
Hey, Bach, would you buy my album? Would you buy my album? I had some #1 hits. You ever heard me sing? No, me neither.
I'm sorry, I'm buying Strix before yours because I've heard Strix. So
yeah, go ahead. You can have Strix. I don't want no competition in that, man. I can't sing worth a lick. I can't even hum a song or anything like that. Yeah.
Even in the shower, you get singing?
Man, I sing sometimes Michael Jackson when my daughter's in the
there
car.
you go.
They hate it. That's when they put these on. They got the AirPods. They don't put the AirPods on. They put the big
noise
old
canceling.
Yeah, noise cancellation.
What's this guy doing?
Yeah. No, I can't sing.
More Jay Foreman postgame comes your way next.
All right, man.
This is Lincoln's home for sports talk on the FM dial. The home of Kansas City Royals baseball. KNTK FM Firth, 93.7 The Ticket. Tune in to 93.7 The Ticket as soon as the clock hits 0 for the Jay Foreman Postgame Show. Listen to expert analysis from the Husker Hall of Famer, an 8-year NFL veteran for 90 minutes after the game. The Jay Foreman Postgame Show. Sponsored by Tanner's Bar and Grill, Vinny Krekak, and Action Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Electrical on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Don't have to get that personal. Our agent just helped me choose affordable options to create a personalized price just for us.
Oh, sweet. Then you won't believe the love triangle Jen is in now.
Call your local State Farm agent, Vinny Krekak, at 402-474-1173.
Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
Integrated Life Choices has been inspiring opportunities for individuals with disabilities for more than 15 years in Lincoln and across Nebraska by offering a number of services. From group homes to independent living resources and job training, you'll find the support that allows people to live fulfilling lives. They're also hiring. If you're looking for a rewarding career supporting people with developmental disabilities, you can check out open positions along with learning more about services at ilc.net. Integrated Life Choices. If you struggle with joint pain, there's good news. You don't need surgery to get back to full health. South Point Medical and Aesthetics offers breakthrough non-surgical options for treatment of moderate to severe joint pain. Our patients experience little to no downtime from our procedures, and the results are remarkable. They've had 14 years of successful treatments with patients from 35 states because of an effective word-of-mouth traffic. Learn more about how you can get lasting results for joint pain today at southpointmedical.com or call 402-323-8400.
Gray Diesel and Equipment Services is hiring and seeking motivated applicants. Gray offers a second-to-none benefit package that includes health, dental, vision, 401k, paid vacation, and paid holidays. They offer great pay and tuition reimbursement or a tool purchase program for qualified candidates. It's a fun, friendly team with lots of variety and work assignments, so there's something for everybody. View and apply for their job openings today at grayusa.com or visit them in person just off I-80 and North 56th Street. Come be a part of the Gray difference.
Hey guys, Jake Sorensen here from Early Break. The garage door at our house has been needing replacement for a couple years, and a few months ago, we finally did something about it. Steve's Garage Doors and Services was great through the whole process in providing options and also going to the next level to get a door that was approved by our HOA. And best of all, the removal of the old door and installation of the new door was done smoothly with no issues. Call Steve's Garage Doors and Services today at 402-480-9462.
Our Remington Homes has really expanded and taken off in the last 5 years.
Bob Benish of Aspen Builders, talking about their exciting new division, Remington Homes, which makes the home building process easier and more affordable.
The exciting thing about a Remington home is you get to choose your floor plan from predetermined floor plans. You can select your options. We give you a lot of choices. By selecting certain floor plans, they're just easier to build. And you couple that with our great lot selection in all different areas. People do not want to be married to their house payment. They want to get a nice house with nice finishes in a great area for an affordable price. And that's what Remington Homes are all about.
Home building is easier with a Remington home from Aspen Builders at 423-6811. Online at remingtonlincoln.com. remingtonlincoln.com.
General contractors, business owners, property owners. The success of your business requires doing business with the right people. And the right people, when it comes to drywall, acoustical ceilings, and specialty products, are at Premier Drywall. Kevin and his crew will give your project the response and attention it deserves.
You'll get all of the attention to detail and quality that you would expect from someone who's been in the business for 30 years. For your new builds, build-outs, or renovations, reach out to Kevin. Kevin at premierdw.com. Premier Drywall in Lincoln.
It takes a great game plan to win a football game each week, and right now, it's time to plan a trip to get a new car at Mullen Motors. Just like on the football field, there's a wall of defense on the way to Mullen Motors. 48th Street is under construction from Layton all the way to Cornhusker Highway. But the lot at Mullen Motors is full of tons of great vehicles to drive home this fall for the ultimate touchdown. Mullen Motors, still open through road construction at 48th and Walker.
No taglines, just quality vehicles. Mullen Motors.
Introducing the Planet Fitness Guide to getting that post-workout glow. Step 1, what's your why? More epic energy? Better sleep? Blow off steam? Step 2, join Planet Fitness for just $10 a month and get moving. Go cardio crazy in our clean and spacious clubs, or get down with some dumbbells and strength equipment. Step 3, bask in that post-workout glow. Join Planet Fitness today for just $10 a month. It's glow time. See Club for details.
Repeat after me. I will not touch the fuse box.
I will probably not touch the fuse box.
Sip, do you remember what happened last time?
Yeah, I remember.
What happened?
Half of the city block lost power.
And?
My chicken condo went haywire.
That's right. The chickens ran wild. So what do we do instead?
Call Joe at Ambition Electric and let him handle everything. Look, saved on speed dial.
Ambition Electric, 402-217-3415, or online at ambitionelectric.com.
Jay Foreman Postgame Show. Sponsored by Tanner's Bar and Grill, Vinny Krekak, Elway Power Sports of Lincoln, and Action Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Electrical. On 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Jay Foreman post-game show. Sans Jay Foreman. He's put in a full day work, so we'll get him out of here. He's back to talk some NFL tomorrow. I should probably put the right mic on for Bach. Okay.
That's right. Yeah, that's fine.
I gave Jay the mic, not you, so that's on me. Taking a quick look across the Big Ten, game that stands out, 24-0 Penn State over Iowa right now. Iowa has less than 60 total yards, and there are 30 seconds and change to play in the third quarter. Not great, Bob. Not great.
What's so Brian Ferentz isn't going to make it, is what we're being told.
So it's only 24-0. So technically, all Iowa has to do is hit the contract number, and he's good.
Yeah, yeah. He's going to be put behind his race. That's I kind of like that about college football this year, is that we all know what Brian Ferentz needs to do to get fired, and he will be roasted all week in Iowa City this week.
And the week after that.
Yeah.
And the week after that. And the week after that. We'll keep monitoring that. We'll Penn State score more points than Iowa has yards. The chase is on. 402-464-5685, Honda of Lincoln hotline, or Sartor Heyman text line open for you, as are all the social media platforms. Leave a comment there. Pooh Bear, Bach on the text line, is the Illinois game the pivotal game of this season? I'll preface this by saying Michigan's up next. Okay, yep. Don't look ahead. Like Jay was saying, don't necessarily write it off as a loss, especially if you're in the locker room. There's a case to be made for Illinois, though.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, and as I was kind of looking at the schedule earlier, I think it's that 4-game stretch, because when I think of like the 50-50 games, I do think it's after Michigan, when you have at Illinois, against Northwestern, against Purdue, both those games at home, and then at Michigan State. I think some of the other teams, it's clearly Jay's not a big believer in Maryland, but I elevate them a little bit. I think Wisconsin, I typically elevate a little bit. And then Iowa, I think it could be a close game. Anything could happen. I guess you give that a 50-50 game too, especially considering tonight's events. But I think that's the stretch. And but to me, it's not one of those stretches where usually you're kind of thinking, or maybe I'm thinking like basketball terms or something. It's like, all right, maybe you go 2-1, 2-2, 3-1 there. They're not going bowling if they go 2-2 in that stretch. So I think they are going to have to go 3-1 there. And maybe, I mean, this season is about, we're just getting into conference play. I've said it from the beginning. I don't think this season's necessarily about a win-loss record. It's about progression. It's about getting better. And it's about building the foundation for what you want in year 2 and 3, in year 1. So hopefully we see this team get significantly better. I just think that there's certain limitations, pretty much the offense, certain limitations to how much better they can get.
To me, a limitation on both sides of the ball is just general athleticism.
Yeah.
Right? Nebraska, the first few games, did a better job of tackling in space than it did today, did a better job of ganging up. And I'll definitely ask Jay about that on Monday, is why was the defense just average? Was it energy? Do you credit Louisiana Tech? I don't know. But Nebraska doesn't have that athletic pop. really anywhere on the roster consistently, aside from the quarterback position, we think, potentially, with Karberg and with Sims. You just need more athleticism across the field. So if you're not going to be athletic, then you have to be 100% fundamentally sound, not miss an assignment ever, which Nebraska is still doing far too much of on offense. But on defense, you even look at their turnovers that they've gotten. Omar Brown made a really nice play on the interception in Minnesota. I'll give him credit for diving and undercutting that route. Job well done. Fumble late in garbage time against Colorado. Don't get credit for that, hardly. And even the interception here against Louisiana Tech to ice it. Right place, right time. Right now, Nebraska's not always right place, right time for those kind of bounces. But that was in and out of the hands, right? The throw was there. Dude just dropped it and popped upright. So I think the general lack of athleticism is really what holds this team back on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that's part of, partially the roster that was inherited, partially not getting that athleticism, that pop in the portal. I mean, we talked about it last year, getting Trey Palmer. What a big difference that made. Didn't ultimately help too much in the win category. And so they had to move off of, that whole thing. But I don't think they got anybody close to that caliber in the transfer portal this year. And then, so they're going to have to build that. Maybe there's some of that in the younger guys, the freshmen. You hope so down the line. But I was talking to a friend earlier. I mean, Nebraska, long gone are the days of just rolling the football out on the field and helping on the field, as we know, and winning a game. But a big part of that is roster. I mean, I've said it for years through the Scott Frost years that I do think that they've had bowl rosters. This is the first year that I don't know that for sure, just because it's been so long and they don't have too many obvious those guys are dudes type of situations.
Yeah.
Now, I like a lot of what they've done on defense. I think Omar Brown's coming about. I'm going to do rock, paper, scissors on the outside.
Winbach.
Oh, she beat me. I can't completely do rock, paper, scissors. We were trying to have a radio show. In any case, I don't know what I was saying, but the roster talent overall, it just doesn't pop. It's just not there. And so, that's going to be a big part of growing this whole thing into the years to come is you're going to need those guys, especially when you look at a Michigan. There's a chance Nebraska's a little overwhelmed in that game. So that's something to kind of track. I think you hope that maybe you got it in certain places. Now, one thing I will say is Fedoni 3 straight games with a touchdown grab. It doesn't take tight ends generally aren't going to get 12, 13 touchdowns. Or
targets
or too many targets either. But he's an early guy to watch for all conference type. If Nebraska in a bad offense, which sometimes happens for tight ends because they're the guy you have to go to. So I think there's a few guys here and there, but it's not. I mean, you don't have, even when Bo Pelini left. I mean, that's what that's what I'm talking about. Malik Collins's, Nate Gary's, the more obvious, Randy Gregory's, Amir Abdullah's, but Kenny Bell's, Quincy Nunes, littered throughout the Bo Pelini era is just next level, obvious. How much can you get out of that athleticism becomes the question, but you've got guys. I don't see too many of those guys on this roster.
Someone before the season said it was a 4-8 roster with an 8-4 schedule.
Yeah.
Which I think was a fine way to put it. But then with that 4-game swing, it comes down to really, I think, the coaching more than anything. I don't know if we're seeing an 8-4 coaching staff right now. Right now, it feels like a lot of what's happening, at least from what we can see on the field, is 6-6 coaching. It's fine. It's average. They're there. They're not doing nothing. Could they be doing more? Probably. How much of it is on the coaches from not coaching enough or correctly or anything like that? How much of it is on the players not translating it? How much of it are they not able to translate because they're, maybe athletically behind where they need to be? It all ties together. It all really does. You mentioned Fedoni, the 3 weeks with a touchdown grab. Today was the most impressive one of the 3. I would say that was not a great pass from Heinrich Karberg, high and behind him. He lunges back behind, kind of a yoga pose almost to catch it and bring it in, rumbles into the end zone. That's huge. I don't think he's a matchup nightmare right now, right? When you think of him coming out of the state of Iowa, super athletic, could run, physical enough. Right now, I think he's just a pretty generic Big Ten tight end, but that works at Nebraska, right? They're using him better. He's finding the soft spot in the middle of defenses, and he's making them pay. It works.
Yeah. And again, so sometimes in production, you don't have to be the best tight end in the league. You just have to, sometimes you're going to be the most targeted or the most
right
where you're the most dependent, or the offense is most dependent on you. So we'll kind of see where that goes. But I am glad, again, I think there's a lot of people that feel kind of meh about this game, but I think there were some positive signs. Again, I think you have a legitimate quarterback competition. A lot of people wanted that after last week. I think this kind of solidifies that. I don't know who's going to start, but I do think that there's a discussion now to be had. I think, again, you've seen some big plays, whether that translates to faster defenses or not. At least we have a little bit of a hope with a big play offense, because this is not an offense that's generally, unless it stays on track, it's not going to get a lot of 3rd and 11s or 3rd and 8s. If they get behind, they're going to be in trouble. So sometimes you need big plays to negate that. I think Fedoni had a pretty good game. Kemp at times, caught that one ball over the middle, got shellacked, and was able to hold on to that. And then obviously Anthony Grant and throwing Heinrich Karberg, and each of which had like long runs taken off the board and had their own big plays. But you look at their final yardage was nice. They had long runs taken off the board as well. Both those guys could have got a lot closer to 200. So yeah, there's a lot that could be cleaned up. There was also just a few plays, as there is in any game, that this game could have been closer. I think DeColdis Crawford actually
he was the one that dropped it.
Helped Nebraska out twice. Once in that play where you get the interception from Gifford to wrap up the ball game. Also, he had like an open field tackle on his own player.
Yeah.
There was a lot of green in front of him.
Just tells you he never wanted to leave.
Yeah. makes you kind of wonder, like, do you still have some friends in Nebraska that got him? But that
NIL check is still hitting the bank account.
But perhaps. But he's good for him too. By the way, he hadn't had a reception going into this game, so that's always cool when you played your former teammates and stuff. But I'm sure he's not feeling great because he did have a few plays that cost his team.
Billy Kemp's best game at Nebraska so far?
I think so, but they didn't. I would have liked to see them kind of stick with them. Like there's only 2 plays that kind of stick out, which is obviously the end around touchdown, and then that catch over the middle. And he's not. He also needs a little bit of ability, and he deserves some of the blame, I suppose, when we talk about wide receivers not getting separation. He's part of that. So I think that he's developing as kind of a target. But if you ask me in next week's game who's going to be the leading receiver from the receiving category, it's still hard to necessarily pinpoint that it's going to be him.
Billy Kemp is a guy that I think would really benefit from more space. He's fast enough, but not the fastest. Big enough for a slot guy, but not the biggest.
Yeah.
Not a guy you want lining up outside. There's just so much traffic in the middle of the field that's where you want to get him the ball, right? 2-3 steps slant, give it to him, let him make a guy miss. But what Nebraska's had to do is bring him all the way across the formation as the quarterback's rolling out. Everyone's flowing that way. There's so much less room to make anything happen with the ball in your hands. And that comes from safeties creeping up, linebackers creeping up, and honestly, the run game, right? They're selling out to stop the run. They're loading the box. And you would think it'd be easy for a receiver to sneak behind, but I don't think Nebraska's been great at selling play action all the time. I haven't seen many linebackers bite on it. So they're staying in place. They're not flowing up to give that space back behind them for a guy like Billy Kemp to sit. But again, I don't want to poo-poo it. It's a 28-14 win. Billy Kemp, the 5 catches for 62 yards is solid. The end around touchdown. It just feels like there's so much more out there for this team, while simultaneously feeling like, wow, they really, really got more than I thought they would have in getting 28 points.
Well, let me ask you this, is because I feel like there's the game that led up to the weather delay, and then there's the post-weather delay. If Nebraska was able to continue that momentum, maybe score another touchdown and don't give up one, and it's 35-7, are we singing a different tune now? Or is the fact that it was 7-7 at halftime, is that the alarm regardless?
The first quarter was just so blah, so uninspired, 0-0. As soon as you score a touchdown as Nebraska, you give up a long drive, right? Not a fluke play, not a bust, anything like that. Louisiana Tech just marches straight down the field, ties it back up. Then as the offense, you don't respond. The game management at the end of the first half, maddening. Pick one. Either run your 2 dives and go into halftime, or use your 2 timeouts, right? I get it. You're not a great passing team, but you're not going to get better passing offense by not working on your passing offense.
Yeah.
Right? You're not going to develop receivers by not giving them opportunities. I would have loved to have seen Nebraska with, what would it have been, like a minute and a half on the clock and like 75 yards to go. At least give it a shot. You had a minute and a half. You had 2 timeouts. You're under 2 minutes, so the clock's going to stop on first downs, like we're used to in college football. I would have loved to have seen Nebraska give that end of half drive a shot. They didn't. That was a bit of a bummer. The third quarter was better. You saw some steps. You saw more points put on the board. But that's where I think that the scoreboard is a little bit misleading, right? To me, it didn't feel like Nebraska scored 28 points. Another touchdown, I don't know. It just didn't feel exciting. It didn't feel like even like Nebraska controlled that game. It just felt like there are a bunch of guys out there doing their own thing. It felt like cardio for the Husker football team to me. It just felt like they were out there to run around in a lot of ways.
I will agree that that game did feel too close for too long. And I think part of that too is maybe just the expectation, because the expectation still remained leading into this week that Nebraska, like ideally, everybody was saying, I want Nebraska to dominate. And that's how I would feel good. And it didn't necessarily happen that way. And the other thing is just, there's a few big plays that were called back against Louisiana Tech that kind of stick in your mind a little bit. And you think, well, maybe if that would happen. Now, I do believe the kick return touchdown that was called back happened on the same drive that they ended up scoring a touchdown. So do your own math there, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, I guess to me, I wasn't as disappointed in this game, and maybe not as disappointed in the start of the season. Again, to me, because I expected a dogfight to get to 6 wins this year. And through this point in the season, I see them having to go through a dog. So they're kind of on pace from what I saw or what I expected. That being said, I didn't expect this defense to be as tough as they are, as good as they are. So I'm not saying I'm Nostradamus or anything. I'm saying, I guess for those, I always go back to, I think if your expectations before the year was 8 or 9 wins, then you're probably disappointed by now. If your expectation for this game was 42-3, then you're disappointed. But if your expectation was basically where this team has been so far with a, backup quarterback, backup running back, I know you can argue that with Grant or whatever, but injury situation, then I think that you feel good. Again, to me, the final score hurts me. It hurts it a little bit because I think it was 28-7 and they didn't give up that touchdown. And they seemed, I don't know how they felt coming out of that game, because it was very obvious, like time to turn it into grind clock out and win this game. Then there's lightning, then you go out. And then I don't know what the message quite is when they're going back into it and saying, okay, we're going to bring Purdy out, because then you're signaling to your team as well, we have the game won. And part of that was Karberg's tightness. So that's something to kind of monitor moving forward as well. But to me, to me, that just that touchdown from Louisiana Tech, and it wasn't a hard-earned touchdown. They were just lobbing passes down for 20 yards left and right. And a lot of Nebraska starters were in the game. So I think that really kind of left a distaste in my mouth for the overall game, where I think I would have felt a little bit better just from that third quarter. Anthony Grant's big runs, getting him going, Karberg's big runs. And like I said, a child of the 90s and the early 2000s, any I formation option gets me excited.
I'm glad you brought up the rain delay. That is definitely a story. But that's where I think my disappointment comes, is that Nebraska didn't handle it better. It's a team that's still looking for leadership in a lot of ways. Clearly on offense. On defense, there's not that rah-rah, energetic, vocal, hey, let's get pumped up. Hey, let's do something about this type of guy. Because we can use the excuse of, oh, well, they went in the rain delay. They maybe weren't ready. They came out, a little unfocused. Well, guess who also went to the locker room? Louisiana Tech did.
Yeah.
Their rhythm-based passing offense, right? What they were doing, they could have, gone 3 and out and said, oh, well, we were out of sync in the passing game. Threw off our timing. Our guys weren't war, miscommunication, weren't on the same page. They could have used that same excuse. They didn't. They marched 51 yards, made it look easy, and they scored a touchdown, right? If Nebraska's that much better athletically, they have to find a way to buck up and stop that. At the very least, even with the fans gone, have some pride.
Yeah.
They're still in your home field. The game's not over. Even if it feels like it does, that's where I think the lack of the dude hurts Nebraska. They don't have one guy to point to say, go make a play, go fire us up, and get us going again. There just wasn't that sense of urgency that I think Jay was talking about, that, again, regardless of if there's 15 fans, 15,000 fans, 150,000 fans in the stands. You play to a standard. You don't play to the scoreboard. You have to find a way to jolt yourself out of those, lulls, out of those valleys, if you want to be anything more than a 500 football team.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that, and that's again, I think that partially leaves my lasting impression of that game not as good as where it had been, previously to the rain delay and where they came out with it, and just kind of uninspiring at the end, even offensively. But I don't know. I mean, Luke Reimer, maybe he's closest to being that guy, and he was on the sideline. Maybe that kind of played a factor into it as well. But overall, I guess I'm not any more worried about the defense than I was coming into the game. I do understand the feeling that maybe they weren't as efficient, or maybe didn't have. I mean, they gave up 300 yards passing. But I do think too. I think this is a better passing attack than Northern Illinois. For what it's worth, not much better, not too much. But they at least were trying. Like Northern Illinois, halfway through that game was trying to go east and west in order to go north and south. At least La Tech kept, passing downfield a little bit, not too much downfield, but at least north and south. So I guess a lot of the hope still remains in the defense. A lot of flash from the offense, a little bit of flash, I should say, from the offense today. One concern that I do have moving forward is Tristan Alvano, specifically on kickoffs. It's 4 games, 2 kickoffs out of bounds. I know you got Bleak Road over there, tip of the cap for him for doing, getting Nebraska's first touchdown because they went for it there. Maybe that's going to be his job. I mean, I think you've almost got to have a competition in this week and see if he does a better job at it this week, because that just can't happen. And then, of course, the other thing is Alvano missed a field goal as well. So that's something to monitor moving forward.
Sure is. We got one more segment to go here on 93.7 Tickets post-game coverage of Nebraska's 28-14 win over Louisiana Tech. We'll touch on just where we're at. 4 games in, they're 2-2. What is the vibe as we fully turn our attention to conference play? One more segment of post-game comes your way in just a sec.
Our sense of smell can tell us a lot. Fresh-baked apple pie, good. Cigarette smoke, bad. But what happens when bad things smell good? When secondhand vape smells like strawberries, or mangoes, or cotton candy, and dangerous chemicals have a disguise. That's when people let their guard down around secondhand smoke, even though it's all full of harmful chemicals.
Paid for by Tobacco Free Nebraska. Aired with the Nebraska Broadcasters Association and this station.
It takes a great game plan to win a football game each week, and right now, it's time to plan a trip to get a new car at Mullen Motors. Just like on the football field, there's a wall of defense on the way to Mullen Motors. 48th Street is under construction from Layton all the way to Cornhusker Highway. But the lot at Mullen Motors is full of tons of great vehicles to drive home this fall for the ultimate touchdown. Mullen Motors, still open through road construction at 48th and Walker.
No taglines, just quality vehicles. Mullen Motors.
Tempting for buying equipment for your high schooler in sports or for yourself in your sports leisures. But buying new is awfully expensive. Why not go somewhere with new and used options? Play It Again Sports is quality, slightly to gently used equipment, and 50% of their inventory is actually new equipment. And it's more than baseball, softball, and golf. They also have equipment for disc golf, fitness, hockey, and more. Plus, they're always buying products. Bring your gear you're done with and get trade money on the spot. Play It Again Sports at 48th and Vine.
You finally finished your man cave in the basement. Brand new furniture, huge TV, and all of your collector's items. You're ready for football season. You were so excited until one bad rain and it is all ruined. Don't risk a flooded basement and countless dollars in damages when it can be avoided. Call John Henry's today for a free sump pump estimate for your home.
435-5555. John Henry's Plumbing, Heating and Air.
The best way to learn about Southeast Community College is to visit. SCC's Discovery Days will give you the opportunity to experience SCC firsthand this fall. Discovery Days provide information about SCC's programs of study, how to pay for college, SCC support services, housing, activities, and more. A campus tour and lunch are provided. See your options at southeast.edu/visit SCC. SCC, your path to possible.
A lot of businesses say that they're family focused, but when tough situations in life arise, the business feels anything but for your best interests. James Enterprise Incorporated is hiring, and they will always treat their employees like family, as they do with customers. James Enterprise Incorporated is hiring Class A and B CDL drivers, a shop tech, and diesel mechanic. If you're looking for a career with a company that goes above and beyond to value you and your family, apply today at jamesenterpriseinc.com or call 402-432-6740.
Stretch, adjust, heal. At Spine and Sports Chiropractic and Physical Therapy, we believe in the power of precise alignment. Our skilled chiropractors listen, understand, and treat your body's unique needs, offering a personalized pathway to peak performance. Don't let back pain knock you out of the game. Step into our clinic and walk out with a renewed strength. Spine and Sports Chiropractic and Physical Therapy, pushing the boundaries of health and wellness. Treatment begins with you. Step back into life today.
Rico here with HIS Auto Care at 70th and Van Dorn, letting you know HIS is a great place to bring your vehicle for service. With superior service bumper to bumper, we'll treat your vehicle like it's your mother's. Doesn't get any better than that. So call 402-488-8934 and HIS Auto will make you glad you did. 5% off, mention this ad, and for sure your mother will be proud you called. 402-488-8934, HIS Auto Care, 70th and Van Dorn. God bless you.
When it comes to tackling your fall projects, having the right equipment can make a huge difference. At Sunbelt Rentals, they have an extensive line of tools and equipment to help complete any job. From lawn and landscape equipment to hand tools, pressure washers, portable generators for you tailgaters, and much more. Sunbelt Rentals makes it easy to get what you need when you need it. Drop in to see the experts at 5450 Alvo Road in Lincoln, or visit sunbeltrentals.com today to learn how Sunbelt Rentals can make it happen for you.
The days of internet contracts and heavy fine print are over. It's time to experience hassle-free service with no contracts or hidden fees. That's the Allo promise. Allo Communications provides fiber internet, TV, and phone services with fair and no-nonsense pricing. All backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee, 24/7 local support 365 days a year, and a monthly bill you can count on. Don't settle for gimmicks. Settle for hassle-free with Allo. Visit us at allofiber.com/hassle-free.
Plains Cover Crop is your one-stop seed shop. Call us now for spring and summer forages, CRP mixes, and fall cover crop blends. We do farm-specific consulting for practical and efficient seed blends to fit your geography and goals. With a very diverse inventory, we will tailor a blend just for you. We're also looking for contract growers, and we buy and sell rye. Find us online at plainscovercrop.com. Timeless agronomy practices paired with modern technology. East Highway 20 in Orchard and across Nebraska.
Belmont Chiropractic and Novotny Nutrition and Wellness specialize in getting rid of people's pain quickly and permanently. For 31 years, they've been extremely successful with advanced techniques in pain relief using spinal adjustments and decompression, detoxification, diet and lifestyle modification, and more. They are fully equipped to handle the most seasonal athlete, weekend warrior, car accidents, strains, sprains, and more. Is there anywhere you're experiencing pain on your body, or are you fighting decreased energy and depression? Consult Belmont Chiropractic and Novotny Nutrition and Wellness first at 402-476-8619.
Jay Foreman Postgame Show. Sponsored by Tanner's Bar and Grill, Vinny Krekak, Elway Power Sports of Lincoln, and Action Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Electrical. On 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Developing situation in South Bend.
That's right.
14-10 Golden Domers lead to the Buckeyes. Ohio State had the ball 4th and inches. Goal to go. Just about goal to go. First down would have put them at the 10-yard line with goal to go. 4.5 minutes left. They try a little fly sweep and they get stuffed.
On 4th. Wow.
Yeah. But Notre Dame doesn't do anything with it. Ohio State ball back. Minute and a half to go. So.
Yeah. But then in that case, even if they kick the field goal, then Ohio State would only need a field goal in this drive. So that's quite a decision.
That it was.
Nebraska had had at least 1 4th and 1 decision to make, and of course went did the fake field goal. Those turned out well, but and they also stopped Louisiana Tech on a 4th down
on a quarterback sneak too.
Yeah, on a quarterback sneak. So I thought that again, few moments that can separate a game a little bit.
Any final thoughts you have, get them to us here, 402-464-5685. We'll get to them and get out of here. Do you see Casey Rogers for Oregon?
No.
So Oregon had a 4th down from its own 17-yard line. They ran a fake punt. Casey Rogers is one of the upbacks blocking, got a direct snap, rumbled for like 25 yards on the first down. It was great.
He was a Frost recruit, right?
Yes.
I tried to think
and then he followed Tuioti to Oregon.
That's right. Yeah. Because for some reason I was thinking there was a possibility he was a Riley recruit, but he's not one of those like 6-year guys. I
think he's see Florida Gulf Coast.
Nice.
Lob City, baby.
That's right.
Andy Enfield. Oh, good times. Good
Better times when Tommy Lee came to and opened up Pinnacle Bank Arena with Florida Gulf Coast.
I was just going to ask
That's
that question.
right.
You were on it. Florida Gulf Coast loses to Nebraska to open up PBA. That would have been what, 13-14? 12-13.
Yeah.
Yes, they beat Georgetown in 2012.
Sounds about right.
Or no, that would have been spring of 2013, because then, or was it spring of
I'm trying to think
2012?
when PBA opened up. Because Miles had 1 year of Devaney, yeah, which I think was 12. I don't know.
I need to look this up.
It's crazy. That's been a decade ago. But yeah, I mean, and Florida Gulf Coast was not, like the hype for that game did not quite.
It
meet
opened in
the
2013, so yeah, that would have kicked off the 13-14 team making the tournament.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Defend the vault, protect the vault.
That's right.
All that
oh,
stuff.
and that home record, they basically beat everybody except for Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, I remember blaming Leslie Smith for not beating Michigan. I don't remember exactly what happened.
Dang
I
it,
just
Leslie.
remember there was something in there about Leslie Smith.
Leslie Smith, what a throwback.
Yeah.
This is a Husker football postgame show, though, so we should probably talk some Husker football to wrap up. 2-2. Let us know how you feel about 2-2 on the text line here real quick. Buck, where are you at with this Husker team at 2-2 after the first 4 games?
Again, I think it kind of depends on your situation as far as what you expected coming into this game or into this season. You have to kind of change a little bit, because I know a lot of us wanted 3-1, but we thought Colorado would be a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
Today, Colorado was a disaster, but this season, Colorado has actually been pretty good. It's also, I think, you kind of have to do your own math there as well to figure out how good Colorado is and what that means as far as playing Oregon, and then what that means as far as Colorado defeating Nebraska.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, no Travis Hunter. And all that stuff, that's what you would want to try to figure out what Nebraska compares to nation's elite. We'll see that next week, so you don't have to do too many, mind games with that. But I guess overall, I'm somewhat, I'm optimistic. It's Nebraska football. I don't think, I think it's going to be tough to get to 6 wins. I think that they can, though, and I think that's what I'm going to be hoping for, I suppose, and kind of following along. Some like outside dream chance of winning the West. Probably not. They're going to have to get into that discussion before I would want to start that discussion. I don't think they're there. I think watching Wisconsin last night, I think that's probably the team to beat in the West.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, I guess where Nebraska is, again, to me, I'm very happy with the defense, because that was a little bit of one of my concerns coming in to the season, and it's going to keep them in a lot of ball games. Can they start creating turnovers? That's kind of one piece that's kind of missing that would give you an opportunity to win some of those ball games. I'm not sure. But overall, I think I mean, let's do this. Let's just say this. We might not have too many chances to be happy about a win. Got to win today, so I suppose I'm happy.
If you would have told me before the year, without any context, just Nebraska's 2-2 after 4 games, it's kind of okay, cool. Yeah. I don't want to say that they took care of business. I would have told you I probably would have hoped for a split of those first 2, as long as you didn't lose one of the 2 MAC or Conference USA games. Okay, you can talk me into that being fine without knowing how Nebraska looked, how Nebraska played. 2-2 is fine. I think it's on pace. It's about right. I've said this, all season, all 4 weeks of it so far.
Yeah.
But this is a very average team at this point. It's just average. And that's not something Nebraska's really used to at all. The highs, the pretty good, right? Where you're not an average team, but you're not an elite team. You're in that 9-3 range, which is better than a lot of programs across the country, or you've bottomed out. You have the 5-7 year under Mike Riley, where you do lose a lot of close games, which I think set up the next year to some degree. You bounce back a little bit. You keep a lot of the talent, but you haven't had a lot of 6-6, 5-7, 7-5 seasons in Nebraska history.
Yeah,
especially recent history. I mean, I know Callahan did it from time to time, but even that's 15 years ago now.
Yeah.
So I just think Nebraska looking like this with some things that are okay, passable at times, spurts of success, not being able to sustain it, critical flaws that can hold it back in the worst times and in bigger matchups like we'll see this week. I just think this is a type of Nebraska team that Nebraska fans aren't used to seeing.
I think that's fair enough. And I think that just kind of the way you said it, and I know this is going to be common throughout the week. I wonder what the point spread would be with Michigan and Nebraska. I'm assuming it's going to be at least, around 21 points like today's point spread was. But I think that that's a good way of putting it, because I think a few years ago, we all remember the 3-9 team that was close to everybody, had some athletes to compete with them, basically anybody on the field, and would, get in their own way when they're playing lesser opponents.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this year's team had, I feel like this Michigan game could get ugly, because I don't think that this is the type of team that can just kind of hang around with you and surprise you and maybe have a few big plays that go their way to keep you in a game against the top-notch teams. I think that's okay. I think that's okay with where Matt Rule is starting. Again, I think all of this has to be graded on a curve, knowing that Matt Rule inherited a team that hasn't been to a bowl game since 2016.
Mm-hmm.
Has he made every right decision along the way? No. But he's made enough of them that I think that they can at least build a base with this team to move forward. And again, I'll say it. I say it every day. I'll say it, as long as I can. I think this year is about progression. I don't think we've seen the best of Jeff Sims yet, obviously. I don't know if we've seen the best of this team yet. And
you
so
sure hope not.
you really hope not, right? But I think that there's a lot to improve on. But a lot of it is stuff that can be improved. We've mentioned it several times. There's a ceiling to it because Nebraska just doesn't have that athleticism. But I feel like this team, as they grow together, as they continue to play together, go through adversity together, I think that this can be a special season without historically being a special season at Nebraska, again, because it can lay the foundation of what you're doing moving forward. And I think that maybe they've got a chance to get to a bowl game, and they're going to have to, but in order to do that, and why I say they could have a special season, they're going to have to win a lot of those 50-50 games. They're going to have to win the games that are 17-14, 28-24 in the fourth quarter, and just make that one extra play. If they do that, then I'll think we'll feel really good about this season, regardless of record.
The people that are still saying 8-4, 9-3 is on the table would have to show me what they're looking at, what they're pointing to. Again, if you win all of those coin flip games, sure, it's technically a possibility. I just don't think it's likely. On the flip side of that, the people that are saying 3-9, does this team even win 4 games, doesn't take into account just how mediocre the rest of the divisions look.
Yeah.
Right? Yes, Nebraska has to be better, and they need to know they have to be better. And that's point number 1. Nebraska playing against itself, improving on what it does, not worrying about everyone else. That's paramount. That's very basic. That has to happen. The rest of the conference is beatable. It really is. Do I pick Nebraska to win a lot of those games right now? No. If you were having this conversation after last week, yeah, maybe I take Nebraska to win a few more. Maybe tonight's, despite a win, a little bit of a downer just because I wasn't very enthused by the performance. But there are winnable games on the schedule. As average as Nebraska looks, it's the same for the rest of the division.
Yeah.
Pretty much across the board. It stinks that you're down 1 by losing a game like that to Minnesota. You're already in a little bit of a hole. But you haven't played another conference game since. This Michigan game counts for something, but it doesn't at the same time. It doesn't count for the division, right? You have that big divisional stretch with Illinois, bye week, Northwestern, Purdue, right? That's huge. I'll say this about Michigan too. My gut tells me it's something like the Colorado game. Michigan hasn't been dominant in first halves. They haven't gotten off on the right foot out of the gates very quickly at all. They've exerted more control in second halves. Kind of like how the Nebraska-Colorado game went. Will it be Nebraska shooting itself in the foot with turnovers? Will it be Michigan out-athleting Nebraska? I don't know. It remains to be seen. I still think that's the way my gut tells me the game script is going to go this weekend. But I'll throw this out there, Bach. The eternal optimist in me, the Husker fan at heart, the one that's always rooting for a miracle, and why not us? When's the last time Nebraska pulled a huge upset? Was it Michigan State in 2015? That team was kind of fraudulent. I get it. They made the college football playoff. Didn't really strike me as a college football playoff contender. Other teams pull upsets all the time. your 4-8 Pitts over Clemson's, your Pac-12 after dark games.
Yeah.
Even the Big 12 where everyone beats up on everybody. It just hasn't been Nebraska's turn for an upset of the magnitude that a win over number 2 Michigan would be. I don't know if I love the shock the world mentality, but at some point, the numbers are Nebraska's favor. It's got to happen to Nebraska or for Nebraska at some point. Why not Saturday?
Well, what is it? I can't even remember the number after the latest one, but is it 22 straight top 25 losses that Nebraska's at? I mean,
goes back to that Oregon game in 2016, however many since then.
You got to think it's due at some point. And I will say this too about the game. I mean, they have, like you said, I mean, they're going to kind of grind you out and try to sit on you in the second half. That's also Nebraska's, what they're going to attempt to do. Now, obviously, Michigan's way ahead of where Nebraska's at doing so. But that could also play to Nebraska's strength, I suppose, as well, is that if Michigan's not going to necessarily try to jump out on you and overwhelm you the way an Ohio State or somebody would, maybe Nebraska can hang around long enough, shorten the game in the second half, get their own grinded out type of offense going to a degree. Again, I don't think they're going to be able to win any sort of shootout. I mean, you're talking about a 21-17 type of game, maybe if you win it, but it's possible. And that's just what people, like you said, it's kind of this why not us mentality. And they're got to go into that game thinking they can win it. They're going to have to turn off all the outside noise because nobody's going to pick them this week. And
you're not swaggy enough to pull a Dion and say, I kept receipts.
Yeah.
You don't have that mentality or that attitude at all. So I'm with you. Tune it out is absolutely the way to go. If you're the team, if you're listening to 93.7 The Ticket, if you're walking by, do not tune us out. Absolutely do not. Keep it tuned.
That's right.
We're going to be away till 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Jay Foreman back in the building inside the huddle. Maybe touch on some Husker stuff. Definitely get you set up for a full day of NFL action. Rolling on into all sorts of great stuff on Ticket weekends. Harrison will be in the mornings. I'll be in the afternoons. Normal great Sunday lineup. We'll react to Nebraska, Louisiana Tech more across the board on Monday, starting with early break at 6 o'clock on Monday morning. We'll keep it rolling Monday through Friday. We'll be with you as well. Again, for pregame coverage a few hours before Nebraska and Michigan, probably about the same time, about 11 next week, and then postgame after. It's been fun for Bach, for Jay, for DP, for Ben, Harrison. I'm Austin. Thanks for listening so much to Ticket postgame coverage. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning.
IT projects piling up again? Managing IT can definitely be frustrating. Whether you have an in-house IT department or you manage it yourself, let Hamilton be your experts. At Hamilton, we take the frustration out of your business tech issues with managed IT solutions. We specialize in co-managed and fully managed IT. Does your business need better managed IT? Hire your local experts. Hire Hamilton at hamiltonisbusiness.com.
Okay, it's time to sell the house. How do we even begin to choose from the hundreds of realtors in town?
Easy. We make a pros list.
You mean a pros and cons list?
No, just a pros list. We need someone with pro photography to showcase the house in the best possible way, pro marketing to make sure we get maximum exposure, pro negotiations so we know we get the best price.
This is one of those times where you already know the right answer, isn't it?
You know it is. Ben Bleicher and Professional Realty Group.
Contact Ben Bleicher and the team at Professional Realty Group of Berkshire Hathaway's Home Services Ambassador. Online at prg-ne.com.
Are you working in or looking to get into the electrical construction industry? The electrical workers of Local Union 265 are now hiring licensed journeymen and apprentices and are offering great pay and benefits. Call Mike at 402-875-1034 to apply. Start your electrical career today.
Hi everyone, Kendall Warnock with A1 Automotive in downtown Lincoln. If you're looking for an automotive repair facility you can genuinely trust, we would be grateful for the opportunity to earn your business repairing your vehicle. We have ASE master technicians and qualified to work on a variety of vehicles from Hondas to Porsches, Jaguars to Toyotas, and Chevrolets to Fords. We pride ourselves on customer service and relationships, and we would be grateful for the opportunity to serve you. Give us a call at 402-477-4660. A1 Automotive, always honest answers.
Ever wish you had another light switch on the other side of the room on a dark night? How much better would you sleep at night if you had a ceiling fan in your room? The High Electric Service Department is here to make your electrical what-ifs a reality. Whether you're looking to replace some outdated light fixtures or brighten up your counters with under-cabinet lighting, High Electric can handle all types of residential electrical installations and services.
Give Erica a call at 402-466-6606 or visit high-electric.com to get started.
September is one of the best months of the year with college football and all the other fall sports underway. All the excitement of the games brings major stress, and stress causes tight muscles and pain. It's time to call the Body Shop, your place in Lincoln for all types of massages: deep tissue, hydrating, sports, Swedish, hot stone, aroma, and more. And don't forget about their couples massages. Eliminate the pain from sports watching stress today with a massage at the Body Shop at 48th and A and online at thebodyshoplincoln.com.
Stretch, adjust, heal. At Spine and Sports Chiropractic and Physical Therapy, we believe in the power of precise alignment. Our skilled chiropractors listen, understand, and treat your body's unique needs, offering a personalized pathway to peak performance. Don't let back pain knock you out of the game. Step into our clinic and walk out with a renewed strength. Spine and Sports Chiropractic and Physical Therapy, pushing the boundaries of health and wellness. Treatment begins with you. Step back into life today.
Tune in to 93.7 The Ticket as soon as the clock hits 0 for the Jay Foreman Postgame Show. Listen to expert analysis from the Husker Hall of Famer, an 8-year NFL veteran, for 90 minutes after the game. The Jay Foreman Postgame Show, sponsored by Tanner's Bar and Grill, Vinny Kreekak, and Action Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Electrical on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
Warning, this ad will use the F word often, so listen at your own risk. Family fun, fun with friends, freedom from fuel, free Yeti cooler, free driveway delivery. Hey, this is Carl from Nebraska Golf Carts and Price Right Auto, and we have the all-electric Bentelli Fun Carts, and they are a blast. Plenty of fun colors, and these street legal carts come in both 4 and 6 passenger. Tell us you heard us on the ticket and get a free Yeti cooler with your purchase. Hurry, supply is limited. Check them out at 1235 West O in Lincoln or NebraskaGolfCarts.com.
If you're not going to Memorial Stadium for a home game and don't have any travel plans for away games, there's a great place in Omaha to catch the action: the Inner Rail Food Hall. There's plenty of space. The Backstretch Bar has amazing game specials on game days: $15 Blue Moon and Bud Light pitchers, $6 margaritas, and $6 Moscow Mules. And if you're hungry, take in some of their great options from their game day pizza specials. Do football game day right in the Inner Rail Food Hall in Exarban Village in Omaha.
Shopping for new flooring is different today. Getting your questions answered, making the right selection, getting the best value, and installed quickly and professionally. Visit ostreetcarpet.com or shop our store. We'll answer all your questions and help you make the right choice. You'll be enjoying your new floor in just days for less than you'd pay elsewhere. Carpet, vinyl, wood, laminate, tile, and area rugs. We've got it all. 1732 O Street. Family owned and operated. Always the best value.
College football in Lincoln, America. The time has come. Start your game day off right with the A1 Automotive Ticket Tailgate pregame show. Join the ticket crew as they bring you all the coverage you need to get you ready for the action. It's the A1 Automotive Ticket Tailgate pregame show, powered by Sunbelt Rentals. Ben Bleicher with Professional Realty Group of BHHS Ambassador, Select Plumbing, Jimmy John's, Lincoln Wall-to-Wall Wine and Spirits, Fleet Feet, Yours Cheese Spread on 93.7 The Ticket and theticketfm.com.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I think it's just vapor. Vaping is safer than smoking, isn't it?
There's really not even that much nicotine in them, right?
One vape pod has as much nicotine as one pack of cigarettes.
My kid
knows it's dangerous. 5.4 million American kids vape, and most think it's harmless. Get your head out of the cloud. Talk to your kid about vaping. Visit talkaboutvaping.org. That's talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Ashiro's work is never done. You care for the house, the kids, and our future. We're so grateful for all you do. Now it's time to care for yourself and save a little more for retirement. A free 3-minute online chat can give you the personalized tips you need to boost your retirement savings now. Visit aceyourretirement.org/Shiro today.
A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. What about those round trips, which are perfect on your way there and perfect on your way back? Or those meetings with friends, surprise parties, camps, birthdays. The same way you plan for the important moments, start planning to